Whoa. Whoa. Did it autoplay the My Summer Car soundtrack? Oh, it did. Dude. It's a sign. It's a sign. It's a sign. Tomorrow, after hours. Be there or be square. Lo Satana. I guess we just gotta keep it going. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. Let's see, how's the garage looking? I got the other quarter panel banged back into position. A little bit of a fender bender over there. The metal's still pinched, but it's not the case. All right, pause that for a second. So, I know I've been playing a lot of KSP and really going to town with working on Dart. And I'm not going to stop. We're going to load it up right now here. Yeah, you weren't expecting that, are you? What's for lunch? I had a bowl of corn flakes for breakfast / lunch. I don't eat lunch. I haven't eaten lunch in a very long time, except on the weekends. I fast during the week. Dude, sitting here all day, you'll get fat real quick. Oh. I just drink water. I'm thinking of getting back into KSP, but I would want to add nice, sensible, supplemental part packs mod. What's a good part pack that can build me some better planes? Exercising at all? I don't really have a choice, Grav Shark, because of the dog. So yeah, I'm out walking every day. Also, this very dank meme was posted in in Discord today. Very dank. Extra dank. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. If you ever need gym tips, hit me up. And you know what, Deep? And all that for some years. Saw guys don't have it easy. Yeah, Grav. I mean, dude, yeah, dude. I mean, I'll ask if I need help, but you got to remember, in another life, I played a lot, and I mean a lot of sports. Yeah. Hey, Asmalok, how are you? I played a lot of sports, dude. I remember what it's like to train and stuff. Even though that was, like I said, that was in another life. That was before I became a huge nerd. Bouldering. Oh, bouldering's fun, man. I like doing that. Did you play hockey? Hockey was the only sport I did not play. I'm serious. I played American football, basketball, baseball. I played soccer before, not for very long, though. I think football is more fun. I get it. The rest of the world plays football or soccer, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So I did a year of soccer in like elementary school, so I know how to play it, but I'm not very good. I played American football for 7 years, basketball for 5, baseball for 5, and then I switched to track and field. And I did track and field from 6th grade all the way to my senior year. How many years is that? 6? 6 years of track and field. In track and field, I could shot put, I could throw the jab, 100-meter dash, 110 hurdles, high jump, long jump, triple jump, 4x100 relay. Yeah, it's the anchor for the 4x100 relay. Yeah. Hockey was the only one I didn't play, and I regret that because hockey's amazing. It's the best sport ever. When are you going to resume the X30 build? We could work on the NASP tomorrow, Zombie, but dude, I found that if I hit a block with the game, like with trying to figure that shape out, we'll just kind of stop. But with the wind tunnel testing, NASP, we should be able to do it. Played defensive end in football growing up, led the league in turnovers, so bigger than everybody else. I played guard for the first 4 years of Pop Warner football, and then in high school, I switched to playing tight end. I stopped playing football freshman year. I stopped playing football freshman year because the coach, okay, this is bad, and this is why I say don't think you know everything as a teenager. The coach at my high school liked to run a wing tee offense, and he liked to run the ball and never passed. So playing tight end, I didn't like that because I would just block for people all day. And don't get me wrong, I can block pretty good, big dude, right? Like, but I wanted to I wanted to catch a football like all of Tom Brady's receivers. Oops. So I said, this is dumb, and I quit. That was copium. That was hard copium. I just wanted to go home and play Counter-Strike all day. Yeah, that was hard copium. Yeah, played center in basketball. And I played outfield, because I can run. Played outfield, center field in baseball. No wrestling? Nah, didn't do wrestling. Didn't do that. I got really good at Counter-Strike, though. And being good at sports, I, firmly believe makes you better at Counter-Strike because you work on your reaction time and stuff. But yeah. Did you catch 4 touchdowns in one game? No. Back in 2002, I could have thrown a football over those mountains. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Bouldering is fun, though, JDG. I do like that. Does Starliner actually need a crew for re-entry? I don't know, man. Dude. Yeah. I don't know. EJ, please don't take this the wrong way, but yesterday's VOD, you said that a lost velocity in rockets is subsonic, which is wrong. The exhaust is supersonic. Choked at the throat. I suppose it was a slip on your part. It wasn't. That's exactly what I said. You just didn't hear what I said. It's supersonic at the throat. And out the nozzle, it goes back to being subsonic in a convergent divergent design. No, I said that. I said the opposite of what you just said that I said. Starliner went up again. Rare, Starliner's been up there. It was supposed to be up there for an 11-day mission, and it launched like 2 months ago. Yeah. Yeah. There's something wrong with the thrusters. Yeah. Starliner's been up there for a while. Anyway, Lava, I'm pretty sure I mean, you gotta go back in that VOD and check. I'm pretty sure I said it's supersonic at the throat and subsonic coming out the nozzle. Because that's CDDC, convergent divergent design. That was RE doghouses and stuff. Happy 2-month anniversary to our 10-day mission. I'm pretty sure I said it right yesterday. If I did, yeah, I probably misspoke. But I'm like 90% sure I said that correct, dude. I really make sure that I know that stuff cold, like, because you have to in this job. It's really important to know how propulsion works if you're going to talk about propulsion. Anyway, wow, deliberately isolated myself from social media for the news of my mental health. Guess I'll go read up on that. Rare, so you don't need to do, don't. All right. I'm doing space nude. I'm doing space nudes. Nice. Good Freudian slip. Now, Lava, I did misspeak there. I'm doing space news on the daily. So you want space news, come here. Space nudes. All right, let's go. It's not. Let's say we did. Supersonic at the exit and exactly Mach 1 at the throat. The throat is never supersonic. Oh, yeah, okay. Transonic. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, okay. If you want to be super technical, sure. Yeah. All right. Anyway. No, they wouldn't, goalie. Nobody wants to see that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you guys are saying. Yeah, my bad. Misspeak. All right. Let me... What were we doing? Tunnel testing. Here we go. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. It's a very slick-looking dart, you might say. You know what? Let's start the summer car soundtrack right at the beginning. Here we go. Yeah, Junie, they're right. The thing is, dude, I don't have a problem admitting when I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's not some pride thing with me. I should be getting this right, especially after a decade. But sometimes, dude, I'm going, like, this is the honest truth. Sometimes I'm having like 6 conversations with 6 different people and juggling all that up there. Stuff doesn't come out right sometimes, but that's not on you guys. That's on me to get that right. Yeah, for real. Good call. Thank you. You know, I don't, you know, it's, now, Junie, I'm not going to sit here and tell, like, Lava's cool about it. Like, Lava, you guys are right. I said it wrong. That's correct. Yeah, going out the exit, Mach 1 at the throat. Yeah, I said subsonic at the nozzle. That's not right. Now I want to delete that VOD, but hey, it's out there on the internet. I ain't getting it back. The best I can do is just get better at it. You know what I mean? Now, Junie, if people are going to come in here and be like, huh, gotcha, no, you're wrong, they can go eat a bag of gummy bears. You know what I'm saying? But I'm fairly confident that people don't come to this stream just to be a jerk to me. I mean, some people do. But, you know, like, if it's constructive, I really don't care. It's the not constructive people that I want to punch right in the mouth. Eat a bag of Haribos. Yeah. Hey, Junie, if we're gonna sit here and we're gonna teach this stuff, you should probably get it right. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. Sometimes, bang, zoom, right to the moon. You know what I mean? But it's all good. What's been kind of grating me a little bit lately is, like, say we're talking about bananas, right? Say we're talking about, you know, bananas, potassium, right? And people in chat sometimes go like, well, what about apples? I don't know. What about apples? We're talking about bananas. You know what I mean? And now that I said that, people are gonna, every time I'm talking about rocks, people are gonna be like, what about bananas? What about apples? How do you like them apples, right? That's the kind of stuff that I don't necessarily hate it. It just makes it very difficult to, once again, like, if I'm having 6 different conversations with 6 different people on 6 different topics that all have to do with rockets, and someone throws a fruit into someone throws a fruit into the freaking conversation, I'm like, wait, what? Well, I'm not sure how that's relevant, man. Shoot. Anyway, Lava, thank you. Yeah, my bad. My bad. I know this stuff, dude. I swear. The information is up there. It's just sometimes it comes out wrong. Like, you guys know that I know the stuff. Lava, thank you for giving me the benefit of the doubt. I did have a question about core stage 2. Are they going to be putting that silver on the bottom, or will they be leaving it off on this one? So that silver tape was for heat mitigation, from what I understand. I'm not sure. I know a guy that works in MPS. I could ask him. I mean, that's not like a weird question, I don't think. It was a drive-by fruiting! Yeah, Alex. You gotta give me the benefit of the doubt sometimes. Like, that's all. It's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of, you know? Yeah, it's just a lot, that's all. No problem. We good. All right, so I started working on this version of Dart. Okay, so we started working on this version of Dart, and what I did comparatively to the other versions. Here, let me load up the Mastercraft. Dart remains pointy. We can get away with it, Erudite, if we blend the shape right. I don't like that nose it's too pointy. It is too pointy. This ship is not designed to instill fear into our enemies. So check this out. I went back to making my jigs, like as one does, you know. That's how you know we're back. We are so back. EJ's using strut rulers again. We are so back. Yeah, being less of a donkey when we do it is getting better at it. I appreciate it, man. You gotta bear with me sometimes, man. This gets to be a lot, but you know, we get better at it, you know. All good. Sometimes though, it just pushes my buttons in the wrong way, and I'm like, I hate all of you, you know. So, check this out. So this is the last version of Dart that we tested through reentry. In the wind tunnel, we got this new mod this week called Kerbal Wind Tunnel, and it actually is, I don't know how it's going to calculate the thrust envelope of this, but this probably doesn't fly very well. Let me just put it that way. And what you do in Kerbal, it doesn't like that. What happens in Kerbal Wind Tunnel is that basically you can, it's not like a live wind tunnel, but it does mess with it does basically simulate the vehicle, but it doesn't show, it's not a visual simulation. It would just be the telemetry from wind tunnel testing, basically. If you repeat yourself anymore, we're going to start thinking you're running for office. Well, Chad has this nasty habit of hearing what they want to hear sometimes, dude. And I find that repeating it 3 or 4 times gets the message across. You don't crap on the daily news for repeating the same thing every 15 minutes. Well, people do, but there's a lot of you here. Some people are doing work. So repeating it 3 or 4 times, saying it slightly different ways every time usually gets the point across. Believe me, I have plenty of experience there. So with this one, we figured out that from our wind tunnel testing, we figured out that this back plate right here. So I designed Dart basically off of Freedom 7's payload fairing. So what is Freedom 7? Back in Mission Mode 2, the Mission Mode 2 save, I built out a rocket complex design that was a 1.8 meter core. That's Condor. That's not that. That is not that at all. Still cool, but not that. Here we go. There's Freedom 7. So Freedom 7 is a 1.8 meter rocket that I made for Mission Mode, right? And I wanted to make a crew vehicle for it, and it had a 1.8 to attach to the upper stage correctly. We had a 1.8 meter fairing. So if you look at this particular one right here, that's just the cargo variant of it. Freedom 7 was something like Delta 2. It was just a medium duty, or Delta 2 or Antares. It was a medium duty launch vehicle. Pretty good one at that. You know, you could fully stack it. It could be reused. The first stage can come back and parachute down because it's super light. So I started making Dart for it. And what I did was I made Dart at the back. It has a payload attachment fitting, so it could be reused. If you notice, the back of Dart has a docking port on it. That's so it you know, if you land it back at the runway, you could take it right back over to the pad, fuel it, pick it up, right, and stack it right back on another vehicle. Now, that was when I did the pad abort test, and I didn't get my thrust right, so it decided to go sideways off the pad and became Dart int. So yeah, you could stack it and you could reuse it. Now, that was a good idea and also a bad idea at the same time. Because doing this, and this is what I couldn't figure out with Wind Tunnel, Dart always wanted to nose down. If I try to re-enter it and I try to steer it like the shuttle through hypersonic, right, and it didn't work. It would always want to just basically fly like a bullet. And that's because the way I built this thing was the back plate, the payload attachment fitting was making it's just the way Kerbal understood it. Sometimes you have to fudge around with the aerodynamics a little bit. This thing basically inherited all the drag from the entire vehicle. So drag from the fuselage here, right, wasn't like from the center of mass of the fuselage. All the drag that the fuselage made was being imparted on the vehicle at the fairing because how Kerbal understands aerodynamics. Not good. I mean, it's not something I didn't know, right? But at the time, I just wasn't thinking about it. And that made Dart very unstable during re-entry. So much that it missed the runway a couple of times and ended up killing Jeb in that save, which just pissed me off. So we put this thing in this new mod, Kerbal Wind Tunnel, right? And we messed with it a lot. I tried to, you know, we fixed the landing gear, which is good. And we fixed the landing gear, and we got the landing gear to work okay by tilting it and making sure it was parallel to the ground when we touched down, right? And we also, you know, moved the wings around, changed the wing shape just a little bit, and we got it to fly okay. But still, at the end of the day, the wind tunnel and our actual simulation testing still made it like this thing is just creating so much drag. Like I said, this type of fuselage, right? If this thing was flying by itself, guys, with no wings, right? Flying through the air, you know, horizontally, like a starship re-entry, right? The center of pressure and the center of drag would be somewhere right around the center of mass. But because of Kerbal's aerodynamics, all of the forces of all these parts that are inside of the fairing are being imparted on the vehicle back there. And that basically makes it so it wants to like shoehorn the nose down during re-entry, something you really don't want. Yeah, you don't want that. So, based off of the wind tunnel testing and the testing that we did the other day, I came up with a solution here. The solution is to make Dart out of two fairings, right? We have a backwards facing open fairing and a forwards facing fairing that closes on the cap. So that basically made us open back here, but that's not a big deal. We could still put all the accoutrement, what the heck is that stuff? We could still put all of that in position and get that done right and make a Dart that should theoretically fly the exact same. The last thing I worked on yesterday, and also I did a kind of a little bit of an extra trade study here, looking into a two-seater variant of Dart, and we figured out that, you know, single-seater, two-seater, the double fairings going in each direction, yeah, they work. They work pretty well. That does get it to fly very well. It really, you know, we've been just doing some basic wind tunnel testing on the shape. It makes it unstable for helicopter towing too. Yep. Yes, it does. Chat contracts? Hell no. No. I choose the stakeholder expectations. You guys choose the funding. I'll do the systems engineering myself. If we start mission mode again. No. Having chat involved with any mission characteristics, Seakraken, or contracts is designed by committee, and that did not end well the last time I tried it. It was extremely bad. So, I started putting together kind of a very primitive, not really fleshed out version of Dart with the double fairing design, and we started putting it through the wind tunnel to see what happens. It kind of did prove what I was thinking. Look. Wow, that flight envelope is pretty decent. Autumnus Ducks. Oh, hi, 112-month resub. Autumnus, what did you... Autumnus, have you been lurking this entire time? Or did you change your name? Valthonus, okay. I was gonna say, that... What? Somebody's been lurking for 112 months? Anyway, what's going on, buddy? How are you? Autumnus Ducks. Hey, Rocket Guy. Yeah, believe it or not, this double fairing actually gives us a much cleaner fuselage shape. It looks nice, and it should fly a little bit better. Let's go pitching torque. What the primary thing that I'm looking for is to be able to hold a 45 degree, like be able to pitch the nose up to 45 degrees and steer the plane. In order to do that, I've been looking at what's called static pitching torque. So basically, pitching torque is how does this thing fly in whatever scenario you put it in here. Green Farsland just found the channel. Right on, man. Name the first 8-ball. I remember. Oh, gosh. Hey, Marco. What's going on? YouTube chat. Green, you just found the channel. Well, welcome. Goalie, what's that? Oh. Not great. The wind tunnel mod would have been very helpful on so many projects. Yeah, that's Bradenton Motorsports. Yeah, that's not great. Will you close the back of the orbiter? I haven't gotten that far, Rem. I need to do some analysis here. I play with realism mods, but not RP1. Right on. Cool, man. All those developments screwed up the water table, Tessa. That's absolutely what happened. For a moment, I thought it was a rowing area or a jet boat area. How much flap to get so much pitch? Well, James, I'm not... Static pitching torque is basically how the thing's going to fly with your control surfaces not working. I need this thing to be stable. Something you got to think about when, like, the shuttle comes through re-entry or something. Or when the shuttle did come through. It doesn't do that anymore. I wish it did. When the shuttle comes through re-entry, right? The RCS is only used to steer it, right? The RCS is not necessarily used. I mean, it's almost like we have a dynamic condition here. So there are some parts where the RCS is needed to keep the vehicle on an even keel. But also at the same time, RCS should be used for steering. It should be used for steering. It shouldn't be used to keep the vehicle pitched up. That's not... It's a control surface without, you know... Now, once again, even with the shuttle, there were moments in the re-entry, the entry, descent, and landing, where the RCS was used to kind of keep the nose up. But for the most part, the RCS is used as a steerable component. It's your steering wheel, right? When you're coming through re-entry, where the aero control surfaces aren't good enough, right? For shuttle, it was used to maintain the pitch, actually to push the nose down. Yeah, I mean, for certain parts of the regime, right? But for the most part, the shuttle was pretty dang stable through re-entry. Like, the RCS was used to an extent. Right, that Rocket Guy, I know that. So, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get Dart basically controllable. So, what I've been doing is doing wind tunnel testing up in the supersonic regime at 25 kilometers up. And looking at what my angle of the pitching torque that is imparted on the vehicle from 0 to 45 degrees angle of attack. With the double fairing design, we actually learned a lot here. Basically, this thing really starts to get out of whack past 30 degrees. But with the double fairing and the aerodynamics working right, and this is just with the old Dart wings. We haven't even redesigned these to get these to work a little bit better. I could redesign the wing, and I'm probably going to. Check this out, dudes. We can absolutely, like, at 30 degrees, we're only at 58. So there's 58 kilonewtons of force being pushed on the vehicle to try and want to bring the nose down. With Dart, with the single fairing design, that was up at 78. So redoing the fuselage like this has really, really helped us. That's a huge, this line is not as steep. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Hey, Ibbot, 56-month resub. I have to go poop. Yeah, Coco, I gotta go poopy. You need to balance the nose-heavy pitch down and aero pitch up. This is crucial to aero stability in any aircraft not actively stabilized. Well, I understand that, Aqualux. I get it. I know. What I'm trying to tell you is I want to try to get this as stable as possible. So, when we go to play with the control surfaces, we're playing with house money, so to speak. Does that make sense? Can you tell them on your phone? Yes. Oh, yeah. Hey, hired 67 months. Thank you very much. What did the wind tunnel say to the aerospace engineer? I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Anyway. All right, so now face the fan, please. So I'm trying to basically get this line to be not as steep. Let's check 20,000. 20,000 at like 1250. I mean, you keep saying that, dude. You keep saying put the center of lift behind the center of mass. Okay. Let's see. Let's bring it back to 25,000 and go to 1,500. What you're saying makes sense, but that's not what that's saying. Would a body flap help? Yes and no. I think we need to redesign. We have a good fuselage here, but this is, yeah, we gotta redesign it. Did you see that Bombardier is testing a new blended wing? No, that's cool though. That's cool. We'll look into that more for Space News, dude. Because you're missing the arrow pitch up. I don't... How do your KSP work? It works pretty good. How did your KSP work? Bro, we just talked about this. What does this do? Does linking basic aerodynamics in KSP help me in this situation in the least? I don't... If the center of lift is too close to the center of mass, the aircraft will become excessively maneuverable, aka neutrally stable. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't... this is exactly what I'm trying to achieve, and you're saying don't do that. I'm not sure you're understanding what I'm trying to achieve here. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, man. I want to be able to destabilize the craft at hypersonic speeds so we can get cross-range capability. Now, don't get me wrong, that's going to create inherent aero... That it's going to fly like trash when it goes towards the runway. I understand that. I can think of a vehicle off the top of my head that does the same thing. You're saying you want it to stay stable without inputs. That's not neutrally stable. Neutrally stable aircraft cannot be stable without inputs. It just doesn't happen. I'm not using my words correctly again. Just sit back, relax, and let me take care of this, okay? I got it. Let me mess with this a little bit more. I'm going to start redesigning our wing. Amazing hat. Thanks, man. Might be better to just remake it, but... Will you be splitting those for air brakes? Breen, I didn't do that in the original one, in the original version, but yeah, we could do... You could do that, but the problem is that that's going to bring the nose up. We'd need some type of speed brake with the type of wing design, which is why I'm, like, not totally against redesigning the wing. We take the flags and the logos off. All right. So we flatten the wing, and let's let me think about this. Might be a little bit too far back. But let's go into the tunnel anyway. 3, 4, 5, vessel. Yeah, it's worse. Way worse. Not nearly as stable. Way better. Way less overall pitching moment. At 30 degrees, we're at 63. Okay. See, this is more what I'm looking for. I really want to get it so that fall off right here is kind of over here somewhere. If we could just shift this fall off to over here, and if we can keep minus 35 kilonewton meters, right, of force, forcing the nose down. If it can be like minus 35 right here, then we're good to go. That's really what I'm looking for. And that comes from making this unstable. We can use the RCS to compensate, because you got to remember the air isn't doing much. Because up here, the air density is quite low. See, look at that. Oh man, very good. But that fall off is still really, really high. What's generating all the lift? So the fairings are slightly ahead of our COM. That is causing a little bit of an issue. If I can get my center of mass between the point of the fairings, or if we move the fairings back so they equally generate lift on either side of my center of mass, that should totally even this out. Hey Yixel, what's going on? Don't forget, it isn't just lift. Drag, especially at the tail, will create that fall off point. Well, Rocket Guy, with this, I basically removed any drag at the tail, except from these parts, from like the engines and stuff. But I put all this stuff in here to really kind of get, I put all that stuff in there to kind of just get the lay of the land here. So less torque and more angle is better. In this particular application, guys, for a re-entry vehicle, this is quite good. that will stay really, really stable until about 30 degrees. That's awesome. That's exactly what I want. We can make it better though. I want this thing to fly like this. Now, just out of curiosity, let's go 250 meters at 100 meters a second. I'm curious to see what this does here. 0 to 45. Not great. We're gonna need it. I mean, actually, 32 isn't bad. It's gonna want to bring the nose up, like badly bring the nose up until it gets to about 30, and then it's gonna want to shoehorn it down. This right here, I'm not too concerned about. We can compensate for that with pitch input. Yowza. That is pretty bad. But then again, like I said, that's kind of what we're after. Shuttle didn't fly too good down here. It could only fly very it could only fly good enough to land. It wasn't the best flying like that. Could you test this without the grip pads? I would like to see the difference. Sure. No change. It's just good enough to land, dudes. Yeah, exactly. Wicked. It'll really fall off after 300, after 30 degrees. It really falls off. Like, badly. Old Dart at 30 degrees was about the same, but that line was a lot steeper. It's very shallow up to about 20 degrees. That's really good. That's what I want. I think we can get this better. Let's make some adjustments here. Just straight up. Where are the fairings here? So, fairing expansion, fairing expansion. Where are my fairing shapes? Right there. See how my center of mass isn't directly in between the fairing shapes? I'm just generally wondering, this is gonna look a little strange. Wondering what happens if we get them in between. I mean, keep in mind, each fairing shape is slightly different. Now, move the wings just slightly forward. Nope, too far. Now that looks a little goofy, but now I'm wondering. Let's check that same thing, right? Update vessel, fly. It didn't make that much of a difference. Okay. I mean, she's basically golden till about, I'd say about here. That's when the RCS is really going to have to start doing work. Yeah. Seems like the data is suggesting a programmatic change of a shallower angle would solve the stability issue. I mean, she's going to be totally fine, Gob, but what I'm really trying to do is basically... This is for continuity of re-entry. Just pretend this F4 is the space shuttle, okay? Let me explain what I'm trying to tell you. So... when the shuttle hits entry interface, or when the shuttle did hit entry interface, I'm sorry, it still flies in my mind. I know it's weird. Just, yeah, okay. So say this is your space shuttle, right? When it hits EI, it's actually pretty parallel to the horizon. And as it rotates around the Earth, it gradually increases angle of attack. So it kind of, as it gets further and further into entry, you get to a higher angle of attack. And it gets up to about 45 degrees for well, not peak heating. That happens a little bit later. But like I said, say this is the curvature of the Earth, right? It'll start here, and then it'll kind of just stay in the same direction. So when it's over here, it's up like that. See what I'm saying? And it's gonna, from there, it kind of modulates. This is what I'm trying to do. This is the hard part. I'm trying to get it to do this, to be able to do that during re-entry. Basically, flip back and forth like this. This is why I don't want RCS compensating and trying to get the nose up too much. Like, just a little bit is fine. Even the real shuttle, it did it to an extent to keep that nose. Actually, they were fighting to keep the nose down for what Rocky I was saying. And yeah, I mean, they only had the back RCS on during shuttle descent because outgassing hypergulls into plasma is bad. They figured out that that was bad. So we basically got to get this thing to do this, right? So really, you know, we could try to do 20-degree angle of attack, but really what I'm after, I'm not trying to make it exactly like the shuttle. That it doesn't have to be exactly like the shuttle, but what I am trying to do is basically make it so during any re-entry, this is more of a UX thing, a UX design decision by me. And you guys tell me if that doesn't make sense, right? I want to be able to come back from any inclination with dart. 45 degrees inclined, no problem. 50 degrees inclined, 0 degrees inclined, doesn't matter. And know that if I come back from a 100-kilometer orbit, perigee at 30, a certain distance downrange from KSC, right, or uprange from KSC, that if I hit the atmosphere at 0-degree angle of attack, and just let the SAS hold it and don't have to worry about the RCS wasting all of its fuel to go through entry at 45 degrees, I know that at a certain point, I'm always going to get back to the runway. This is something I started doing with the shuttle. I made sure the re-entry was exactly the same every single time. And that's how I could get the shuttle back to the runway so many times. But part of being able to do that, one, is to be able to steer the dang thing. So not only do I need to make sure it does the same thing every time, right? And just the way KSP does it is that, you know, because you rotate a lot more going around Kerbin because it's a smaller diameter, right? You get up to 45 degrees a lot quicker. I basically want to make it so I could just lock SAS and just have the RCS not hold, but basically have the next to no pitching torque and slight changes from the reaction control systems, just to keep the thing on an even keel, to get it to about 45 degrees, and then I can fly it from there. I'll be able to. This is about the continuity of every re-entry being pretty much the same. That's really what I need here. Did I miss Kerbal again? No? Does KSP simulate skip re-entry? You can do a skip, Jim, if you really want to. Sure. Is there any way you can make a ramp on the bottom side of the aft fairing? Well, The idea there, Lava Eagle, is that we need to keep this edge clean because it's a payload attachment fitting. Remember, we need to be able to attach this to be able to reattach it to a rocket. Hang on. I need to be able to reattach it to a rocket, and we need to basically the payload attachment fitting is kind of frozen like that because I need the equipment to be able to, I need that thing basically to be able to be set to same vessel interaction so we can interface with a rocket after reusing the vehicle. Dart's designed to be fully reusable. Like, and I'm not saying like land it back at the runway, hit the recover button. I'm saying land it back at the runway, go get a tow truck, tow the damn thing back to the pad, refuel it, turn it upright, and put it back on a rocket. So this is why with the original Dart designs, this is why I was so insistent on keeping my control surfaces out here. Everybody's saying like, oh, put a body flap in, put a body flap in. Yeah, we could do that, and that could help trim out payloads. That's what it did with the shuttle. But yeah, we gotta, I mean, one, in this particular type of vehicle, it's not really needed. I mean, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to say that it's not really needed, but we could use it to trim out crew when Dart brings back different crew, I suppose, but yeah, we gotta, I lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. I don't necessarily need a body flap in this design. That's what I'm kind of getting at. It was a pre-assembled display, the F4. Yeah. Putting the wings up seemed to help. Demo, what are you saying? I noticed something scrubbing back in the YouTube stream. Are you making sure that your pitch moment versus alpha curve is crossing zero torque with a negative slope at your desired angle of attack? We haven't gotten that far, Demo. No. Making sure your pitch moment. Maybe you could fill us in. What's the alpha curve? Is that what this is? Is that what this is called? Dude, this is all new for me, dude. Let me know. Dude, basically, I need to give this thing the provisions, because I have to fly it, guys. I have to fly the damn thing. Unless we used KRPC, in which case, the more stable we make it, the more easy it would be for a computer to compensate for it if I ever figured out a way to do a programmed landing. I'm pretty sure I'm not that smart. Alpha is angle of attack. Okay, making sure that your pitch moment versus angle of attack is crossing zero torque with a negative slope at your desired AOA. No, Demo, yeah, okay. I had to read that 3 or 4 times. No, we're not there yet. I'm very much toying with Dart's shape a lot here to make sure to get that right. My stakeholder expectation here is that this thing should be able, from the higher regimes from EDL, so from 70 kilometers to, I don't know, 70 to like maybe 30. it should be able to be nice and stable from 0 to 45 degrees angle of attack at varying speeds. The big benchmark here that I've been using is 25 kilometers at 1500, because it should be stable further than this. I mean, we could go check it. We could check 40,000. I mean, we could basically go all the way down if we want. So like start at 65 kilometers in, let's say, 2400 meters a second. Dial that one in. Go 0 to 45. I'm trying to minimize our torque. Oh. That's nothing. Yeah, it's fine. That'll hold it just fine. So let's say 60,000 at 2200. Still good. Oh, slight negative. All right, let's try 55 kilometers at 2000. Still good. The RCS can absolutely compensate for 2 kilonewtons. What on earth are we listening to? Summer Car soundtrack? Let's try 50,000 at 18. Yeah, it's still fine. The shape will stay the same unless you go between subsonic and supersonic. Really? Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Huh. Till. But see, I'm trying to keep us stable. Like, okay, because once again, we have varying angle of attack through re-entry. We have a varying angle of attack through re-entry. We want to be 0 at 70, right? And then down to 25 at 1500, right? So 0 angle of attack, 70 kilometers going 2,500 meters a second. And I need us to stay nice. I need our pitching torque to be minimized from 25 kilometers to about 15. At 25 kilometers, 1,500 meters a second at 45 degrees angle of attack. That's what I'm aiming for. I need to get this curve to start dipping over here, basically. Because I'm not going to exceed 45 degrees angle of attack during a curve and re-entry. I want to know that we're going to be stable. Heck, guys, I'll be honest with you. With the shuttle, I really never went to 45 degrees. Because Kerbal's atmosphere is very dense comparatively to ours. I mean, it's the same atmosphere. It has a similar atmospheric fall off, but because Kerbal is smaller, it's actually volumely smaller, but with the same atmosphere, more or less. It gets really, really dense down low really, really fast. Like, Earth's atmosphere, it would be very weird to find Earth's atmosphere on a planet the size of Kerbin. Because air density and stuff, but that's another story. Ooh, a PDIF. What do we got from this PDIF? Any particular part I should be reading here? Or just read the thing? AIA Sciences meeting, including New Horizons Forum and Aerospace. Analytical hypersonic aerodynamics for conceptual design of entry vehicles. Capitalizing on the advances in symbolic manipulation technology, analytic hypersonic aerodynamic relations are developed based off of Newtonian flow theory. Okay. If that was gibberish, don't worry. It just says aerodynamics exist within the confines of Newtonian flow. That it means aerodynamics work within the confines of physics. It's a very simple way of saying that. Analytic relations for force coefficient, moment coefficient, and stability derivatives have been developed for basic shapes, including sharp cones, spherical segments, cylindrical segments, and flat planes at varying angles of attack and side slip. That one is very mathy, but I'm trying to find the ones that it explains the pitch stability. All right. Iconic re-entry vehicle. Hey, that shape looks familiar. Hmm. 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 That's a mystery. See what I mean about blunt nose? That's really what I would want this to look like, but we don't have something like that. With the scale difference, with the shuttle, I'm worried the margin of error in altitude might become too small. What do you mean, Bon? See, demo, even if I was smart enough to do some of this math, which I'm not, I'm not sure, because Kerbal's aerodynamics are abstracted to an extent. Like, I'm not sure the real math would work for us. Trying to force a blunt shape entry while having a pointed front, so close. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, Kerbal is not too, like, unforgiving when it comes to shape. This is more about getting your moment and everything right. Parts in KSP are extremely heat resistant. All right, I'm gonna shelve this. We'll put that up there for now. This is what Jeb heard. You know what? I've decided just now we can skip that song. We could skip it, and not listen to it ever. I've decided. I don't know what's brought that on. We could never pass this part. In fact, never listen to this part again. I'm gonna draw some figures and send them. Give me 5 minutes. Okay.
Ja Nuokkarimäessä oli häviäjä viimeinen ylhäällä.
Päivistä.
Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa. Oli laudassa, lohi käärmeellä sininen pohja. Amerikasta asti taloilla tilattu. Tenniskentällä kevään ensimmäinen paljas kohta. Yhdessä hypyssä kesä pilattu. Radan varren metsään kaljat piilotettiin. Ja paljain takamuksi junia tervehdittiin. Ennen kaupunkia kympikassi ja malluaski. Joku lukiolainen se parhaankin maniski. Ei saa menettää.
Oh yeah, Tessa, this shouldn't be a problem.
Pitää muistaa tytölle hymyillä.
I just wanted to see. My COL, the center lip seems to be fine, so that means something else is going to be throwing us out of whack. I'll bet you it's the fairings. Sounds like Russian mariachis? This is Finnish, dude. Yeah, Smoke. Dart was something I built during mission mode, like 2021, 2022. It's not a bad design. It's just, it'll make it through re-entry. but it'll make it through re-entry and go kind of wherever it wants. That was my problem. It's not very controllable during re-entry. Now in Kerbal, that just means it's coming down where you don't want. In real life, that means you die. Yeah, that means you die. Yeah. so you know, in my particular case, coming down not where you want ended up killing Jeb because I landed on uneven terrain and the landing gear freaked out and basically crack and drive the thing, flipped it over and it nosedived into the ground. What happens if you take off the bottom plane of the wing? Science? So, this was the original design. It's not a bad space vehicle. It actually is pretty good. It's kind of hard to launch up into space, though, because, you know, wings on a rocket. But, yeah. This song sucks. So this is the redesign one. That was a 2.5, basically a thicker version of Dart that I was messing with. This was a 2-seater version that could hold 6 instead of 5. All of these songs sucks. Thanks, Jim. Question, are the top engines hidden from KSP Aero when at 45 degrees? No, Lava, there's no occlusion like that unless you tell it. But yeah, no. Kerbal doesn't work like that. Everything is flying through the air. Basically, unless it's inside of a fairing or a payload bay, it's flying in like it's an exploded view. So, like, picture an exploded view of a vehicle with all the parts kind of all willy-nilly just kind of flying through the air. Anything that's inside a fairing gets occluded. Everything else, no. By having 0 torque at the desired angle of attack, the vehicle shouldn't move. By having a negative slope, any perturbation... By having a negative slope, any perturbation with increase or decrease the torque in a way that will push the nose back to the 0 torque angle of attack. Yeah, demo, I got it. Sorry, I'm a little bit slow today. I understand that. I'm trying to make the fall off line where it really wants to push it back. I'm trying to make that at 45. I'm trying to get my fall off line at 45 degrees. So I want this thing to be pretty damn good. Here, let me show you. I'm trying to see this line right here? I'm trying to get it to fall off over here somewhere. That's where I'm at. I need this. This is great. This is what I'm looking for. Enough for RCS to compensate and not bleed my RCS dry during re-entry. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, at 4 and 5. I make jigs for anything that I work on nowadays in Kerbal. Please see my Imager link. Yes, lines. You could have wings inside of a cargo bay, James, if you opened them up and like had them fold out. Yeah, then that would work. But yeah. Finally found some references, though this was for the X33. Shows the pitching moment coefficient at Mach 10 with various flap configurations. RCS was used extensively and continuously to maintain a desired altitude until control surfaces became effective and the flaps trimmed the flight condition at that point. Pretty interesting. So for the X33, you can see the default zero flap deflection, page 8 of this document, center CM versus AOA. Ooh. Aglex, you out there? Some X33 stuff. Look, looky, yooky, yooky. Remove the double wing width at the trailing side. That's what I mean, Breen. I'm kind of convinced that we need to go redesigning our wing. We got to figure out. I got to figure out how to get that fall off away. I think we might have too much wing behind the center of mass. What are the odds this turns into a mini X37? If we wanted to do that, we could, but the problem with your current curve is that throughout the entire angle of attack range from 0 to 90, you have a negative torque. This is going to push your nose to an angle of attack where the torque becomes positive. Is that, again, I presume it's 0 degrees. You need 0 torque at 45 degrees. Yeah, Demo, okay. So I understand that. I kind of have come to terms that we're never going to get it exactly right. We're never going to get this perfect, but it's going to want to... This thing is basically going to want to sit at 5 degrees. That's where, if I let it go ballistic, it'll just kind of sit there, which is good. That's good progress. But I really, really would like this number to be... I need that to be kind of over here, or at least get the fall off right there close enough over here. So we can compensate for it with minimal RCS. That's all. I just don't want to get into a scenario where the RCS is firing full blast. My pitch is locked. My pitch rate is locked to maximum, and it just basically loses control. That's what's going on. That's what was going on with the original Dart, because the fairing, all the lift from the entire fuselage was being and drag was being imparted at the fairing plate on the back. So the thing just naturally wanted to nose at 0 degrees and go through reentry like a bullet, making it very uncontrollable. And then if you dug too far down, you would get negative pitch moment and the thing would flip. And then it would just basically do this. You know, it would go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until basically the atmosphere got thick enough, and then it would just go into a flat spin. CM is moment, right? It should be defined here. Comparison of measured and pre-predicted pitching moment with deflected body flaps. Yeah. Coefficient of moment. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Pitch moment coefficient. Got it. Okay, idiot question, fellas. What's the difference between just straight pitch moment and pitch moment coefficient? Are those two different things, or is one of those not a thing? Feed me. Coefficient is just non-dimensional. Got it. Coefficient of drag and drag force. Got it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I got it. All right, guys, I gotta take a piss real quick. I'll be right back, 1 second. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get this up here. I need us to be stable 0 to 45. I need this line to be a little bit flatter. You can get some fall off here, but yeah, we're gonna have to. Oh, man, dude, you know what I'm just thinking? Man, you can really get technical with this. I mean, Kerbal's aerodynamics aren't the best, but this is good enough to demonstrate some pretty damn good concepts. Like, dude, we wish in stock KSP that we had this information, you know? Yeah. Body flap rotated 10 degrees up might help. Yeah. I'm not leaving you guys with this song. I'll be right back.
Waste tanks evacuated. Beep, 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 beep.
See, now I'm wondering, you know, how far we want to go, how far we want to redesign this. The double fairing seems to have solved a lot of problems, but now my mind is going, you know, what else could we do with this? What do you plan to do with the nose section? I have not figured that out. What I do know is that I really don't want any dart or any vehicle this size to be over 100 parts. Because if we're using this with a bigger integrated architecture, no. Hard limit at 100 parts, so... The center of mass changes as you burn or use monopropellant. Well, sure, transit, but if I balance the tank design out on the center of mass, like we have 2 tanks on the COM, it's not going to make that big of a deal. Most of this thing is not designed to go through re-entry with fuel in the tanks. I have fuel dumps there on purpose. You're supposed to do your deorbit burn, jettison the fuel, go through re-entry. That's what the shuttle did for that exact reason. I don't know if you answered this, but what's the idea with the double wing at the bottom? it makes the wing look a little thicker, because the re-entry vehicles generally don't have really like skinny wings. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're looking at the dry configuration on the graph anyway. Yeah, exactly. Now I want to play with shapes. You know what I mean? That's really kind of what I want to see. You know, what other things do we have here? I had to add a body flap to make my air launch shuttle work. I think it had a similar curve prior to this similar curve to this prior to its addition. I mean, we could take one set of wings off. I'm wondering if that's going to change much. Update vessel. The 101 at 45. Update vessel. Fly. Huh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey, Bog. What's going on? Pitch moment from vertical? No, this is from horizontal, James. So 0 would be parallel to prograde velocity. Let me take these dark components out. Yeah, that's with a screwed up center of mass. We'll just look at the bigger picture from 0 to 90. What happens to the pitching torque? It changes the curve if we move our center of gravity. That's what I just did. Our center of gravity is way far forward now, because I took all those components out. And this is what I mean. Maybe we should mess around with this a little bit more. Put a wing out in front. Yeah. Once again, the double fairings is there. So the fairing forward-facing and backward-facing fairings are there to make Kerbal understand that this is a fuselage, and that the center of pressure on this thing would pretty much come from right around here. Actually, it would be a little bit further back now that I'm looking at it. For Space News Later Outpost, the one with the re-entering container just said this. Today we are pleased to announce that Outpost has been awarded a $1.25 million contract from the Air Force to develop the capability to use ferry-all and carry-all warehouse cargo on orbit just-in-time delivery anywhere on Earth. Okay. Okay, that's enough summer car for the day. Think of the team of engineers on the shuttle in charge of determining where everything went to get the center of mass right. How close was the actual to the calculated desired simulated? A lot of wind tunnel testing was used during the shuttle, dude. A lot of wind tunnel testing. Yeah, they had a lot of wind tunnel testing, dude. On the shuttle by itself, full stack. I'm telling you, man. The aerodynamics of that vehicle is like they broke the mold. Rockwell broke the damn mold with that thing. I mean, that was a... There's nothing like that. Nothing. There still is nothing like that. They broke the mold with that dang thing. It was an excellent design. Like, think about all the time and effort and all the aerodynamic simulation that you'd have to do to kind of find where everything's home is. Unbelievable. And that shows good systems engineering, right? That's good SE right there, because you're gonna have to track the mass of every component as you go throughout the design. It is. The aerodynamic coefficients of the shuttle during re-entry were actually a bit off intended, between 130 kilometers to 90 kilometers. There was a paper on that somewhere I remember reading. It is... Okay, let me put it to you like this. I can't believe they didn't have more problems with that vehicle. Like, there's a couple of funnies here and there, like what Rocket Guy just said. It's actually a bit off of intended, between 130 kilometers to 90 kilometers. But to go from, like, even the Apollo CSM to that is unreal. That's like going from a moped to a Bugatti Veyron. Like, okay. All right. Pretty damn good, man. Here's that paper. Applied to college. Wish you luck. Good luck, buddy. Verified flow pitching moment coefficient measurements of the shuttle orbiter. Oh. Oh. Missed it by that much. That okay. And Rocket Guy, the crazy thing is that this was all done in retrospect. See, this is what I mean. Programmatically, this is a nightmare. This is from STS-32. That's post-Challenger. Like, way post-Challenger. Like... pesky, stupid air molecules. Have your Stokes to a T. Okay. I'm confused. What are we looking at? This is a pitching moment simulate, or not simulation. This is a pitching moment. This is a graph showing pitch moment. So basically, if you let go of the joystick flying the shuttle at a certain altitude, will it want to nose up or will it want to nose down, right? So this is your force measured in Newton meters, right? And then you have your altitude here. Like, and what this basically says, long story short, is that they wanted to be able to steer the shuttle around between 120 and 90 kilometers. And if you tried to... Not tried. They thought the shuttle was basically going to want to nose down here, and it doesn't. It doesn't want to nose down. It wants to just keep going. That's what this says. This is a very, very good example of physics not doing what you thought it was going to do. Goes to show Newtonian fluids isn't really all that great at predicting moment coefficient, and predicting laminar turbulent transition is a giant meme. Yeah, that's so, like, and right there, and this is for everybody else too. right there shows exactly what, when you hear an aerospace engineer or anybody that's an engineer say, like, we still don't know how aerodynamics works. That's a good example. Yeah, that's a good example. You can kind of guess and kind of get some model validation, but at the end of the day, you got to send it. You gotta go. You actually got to go and fly the damn thing. There's only so much math you can do on the ground. You have to validate your math with a flight test, right? And it's not about getting exactly what you did right. Like, you want to get as close to that as possible, but it's about how much you didn't get it right. That's what I mean. You know, with decent analytical models, you can get close. You can get real close, but you're never going to get it. It's never going to be spot on. You can't predict exactly what something's going to do. It's just not possible. With our comprehension, they're called Navier-Stokes equations. It's not possible. We can't do it. It's really hard to do. You're always going to have to validate stuff with a flight test, right? KSP doesn't have hypersonic shockwaves. It's not that good, Green. Not that good. Yeah. Because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. Have we put EJ's shuttle in the wind tunnel mod? Might give some insight. Vaughn, I'll be 100% honest with you. I have no idea why my shuttle is so damn stable during re-entry. Couldn't tell you. No, you learn from it and you try to make fixes to get it more like what you want, dude. That's the thing. But the fact that we were finding that stuff out about the shuttle into the 90s is kind of annoying, because with something as complicated as a hypersonic re-entry vehicle that's the size of a, I don't know, 737, maybe, it's really kind of discouraging. Like, that you shouldn't be learning stuff like that far into the program. Like, don't get me wrong, you should always learn new things, but something like that is kind of a little bit glaring. All right, here, let's see what the shuttle is like. 0 to 45, 25 to 15, update vessel, apply and close. Not great. Not great. It's not too bad. The shuttle will Collins will find a sweet spot basically right there. Right there where it says 0. That's its sweet spot, 36.97 degrees. That's what it likes. And yeah, that's right. That's pretty close. I would never take the shuttle to 45 degrees. It becomes very unstable. Hi, I'm Bob. It is great. Not great, Bob. Nope, not great. That's 180 degrees out of NASA's, isn't it? Yeah, transit for sure. In workers and resources, is there some kind of snap to real tool? Hit F4. Grab whenever you're using any type road tool, railroads, footpath, whatever. Make the straight segments first. The spline tools in workers are not as good as they are in cities. I mean, guys, that's pretty good. That's pretty good considering. It's pretty good. That's not the worst. It's really not bad. The sweet spot right here is... This is what Demo was telling me earlier. It's going to naturally want to find 35 degrees. That's good, man. That's actually real good. This part is not great, but then again, at 25,000 going 1,500, the nose is going to be up, no matter what. So you know, the more I look at this, the more it's actually not too bad. Yeah, it's pretty damn good. I don't like this. That means if you try to bring the nose down at high speed, bad stuff will happen. it'll try to nose down a lot. You don't want that. Yeah, Dux, I was debating doing panel tessellation for Dart. But once again, I really don't want Dart to get above 100 parts, dude. But we could. I think that's what gets this shuttle to work pretty well. I used panels down here for a couple of different reasons. One, it looks awesome. It looks awesome. That is the shuttle's shape basically to a T. I spent way too much time staring at that thing. Two, panels make great tiles. A tile by itself is no good. The tiles there has to be a lot of them. One tile is not going to do anything. You put one panel on this thing, it's going to pop. But my panels work like a heat sink. Basically, if this tile is absorbing it, it's going to flux the heat into all those highlighted tiles. It basically works like a heat sink vane. These are heat vanes, basically. They work kind of similar. The tiles in real life absorb heat. They don't kind of spread it around, except into the airframe of the vehicle, right? Third thing is, well, like I said, the shuttle is not the most aerodynamic thing ever devised. It has the aerodynamics of a steam engine, but you got to remember, that's on purpose. It's very much on purpose. It's a re-entry vehicle. It's supposed to create drag. So putting a lot of panels here makes a lot of drag underneath the nose and at the front of the vehicle, which is exactly what the real shuttle does. The real shuttle's nose is almost flat. Like if you look at it, it's not like a nose cone per se. It's like a nose pancake. So I use panels to induce a lot of drag on the front underside of the vehicle. And that actually is not bad. That's pretty good. Like, I looked at it at face value and saw the hump being over here at 27 degrees, but the fact that our convergence point is right around 37 degrees, 0 AOA, means that this thing's gonna naturally want to fly right in there, which is actually real nice. That's good, man. Yeah. And that means we're good for S-turning and stuff. I need to get a curve like that with Dart, to be honest with you. I just don't know how we're going to do it, man. Is there a mod list? Exclamation point KSP1 mods. Fired. The one that might not be updated on that command is Kerbal Wind Tunnel. But yeah, that's it. Dream Chaser has a ball-shaped cockpit for more drag at the front end. Most hypersonic re-entry vehicles, James, have a very blunt nose. Check it out. X-37B. Take a look. The nose is not conic. It's just blunt. It looks like I said, a crushed pancake. See what I mean? The shuttle, so with the X-37, that's the shuttle's nose. It's the same thing. Only these are using upgraded tiles. These are using Tough Rock tiles. That's what Starship uses. Starship uses a similar tile to this. The tough and unifibrous reinforced oxidation-resistant, corrosion-resistant tiles. They're a better shuttle tile than the silicate-based ones because they're silica composite, and they can withstand a lot more heat. They're really good. That's what Starship, like I said, that's what Starship has. Pointy means more heat, less mass, more surface, closer boundary. Yep, exactly. This is blunt to keep the plasma away from this thing. If we look at Dream Chaser, hey Titan and Brie are here. You done with work?
Oh, I still have what?
Oh, cool. See, blunt nose, same exact reason.
Look at the boy.
Excuse my French, but it's magic that they figured this out in 1963. It's why it looks like a shoe. Exactly. Mm-hmm. We have Pupper Cam.
Titan, come here, buddy. Hi. How you doing, pal? How you doing, pal? It's good to see you. Good boy. Who's a good boy?
Are you a good boy? Who's a good boy? It's Titan.
He is a good boy. Red, thank you very much for the raid, by the way.
I came here because I wanted a hug.
You wanted a hug? Remo wants a hug? Remo, get.
I headbutted you with my headset.
No problem.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
We're deep in the aerodynamic thoughts here.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I will leave it for
Oh, danke schön.
Where are you going? I'm leaving. Come on.
So if we even look at, love you. Not you, chat. Even look at the X33, same idea. See what I mean? This is why I suggested a small heat shield. Yeah, we could do, I mean, I could get the tessellator out and we could start messing with it, but I think if we got the panel tessellator out, we would have to... Actually, we did nail this thing. That's really annoying. I thought that wasn't good for a second, but it's actually not too bad. That whole less pointy is also the basis for the shovel nose concepts. It's better at aero at hypersonic speeds, but not pointy, at least on one axis. So like with an ASP, yeah. Just the KSP shield, nah, I'm not doing that. Here, Breen, check this out. I don't know if you've seen this before. You probably haven't. Give me a second. Gotta find it. There it is. You love it. It has trim flaps like the real one, and Rocket Guy, this thing could not fly without those. It really couldn't do it. It could not, without those things trying to keep you on an even keel, this thing flew like poop. But see, that tells me everything I need to know. This thing, Lockheed also wanted this thing to come down and land, or fly for the most part during re-entry like that. That's why these wings are tilted downwards like that, see? And that, if we update the vessel now, hit the same thing, look, 0 at 0, which means, yeah, it flies really well right there. But if you tried to bring the nose up, it'll actually even out right there. That hump right there tells me that anything in between sucks, which it does basically match what we encountered when we went to fly this thing. That's pretty right. This thing sucks anywhere in between there. It does not fly very well. And that's that huge hump right there. It's easier without the wind tunnel. What? How do you figure? Joke, I'm not 100% sure what you're getting at. That's a good capsule. Yes, in mission mode, yes. Jux, I just want to repeat this conversation to make sure I understand it right. You said it's easier without the wind tunnel, and I said, what do you mean? And you said yes. Just making sure we're on the same page here. Yep, nope, still don't know what you're getting at, dude. I'm sorry. Still don't know what you're getting at, pal. I used that in an older mission mode save, Sam. It's kind of an Orion analog. Says yes, refuses to elaborate. Anyway, guys, I'll be honest with you. I could sit here and we could tessellate out a heat shield for this thing. Not a problem. But here's where I'm at. I really... We want Dart, we want to be able to pick Dart up. Like, I want to be able to land it, tow it back to the pad without it being a bajillion freaking parts. 100 part count limit. Panel tessellation makes it so it might be a little bit more. Part weld not an option. If we part weld stuff, it's going to throw our aerodynamic calculations completely out of whack, dude. The whole double fairing trick is still nuts. It works, though. Can model something in Maya. No. Ugh. No, Lambo, it's not. They're just doing a fault tree analysis on the thrusters because they want to be absolutely sure that the thrusters are good to go for when they try to bring them back down. They're pretty confident, but pretty confident doesn't fly very well when you have people on board. Probably would pay to not roll the dice like that, right? So they're just basically trying to be absolutely sure that those thrusters are going to work correctly. Their thermal model for their thrusters was out of whack. It was a little bit off. Now, guys, this speaks to what I'm talking about. Remember, we were just talking about aerodynamics a second ago. You're never going to get it exactly right. Your thermal models, you're never going to get those exactly right. These ones were a little out of whack. Now, I'd say if you had criticisms of Starliner at this point, it would be twofold. One, why is your thermal model still off? You've done 2 orbital flight tests. Now, the first one I can discount. The second one, how come this behavior didn't show up on the second one? And if it did, why the hell are you flying crew? I think those are fair questions. But that's, once again, no one's asking those questions. Like, this behavior happened on OFT2 and it was written off as nothing? This is nothing? There's no nothing with spaceflight. There's... I read something online that said a failure could cause Starliner to crash into the ISS during undocking. Yeah, that article is entirely based off of hearsay. I don't trust it, Lambo. See what I'm talking about, dudes? I have to do this all freaking day. Like, it's possible that that could be a thing, Lambo, but that's based off of hearsay. I don't do hearsay in analysis. You don't figure a variable into an analysis. That kind of defeats the point of doing an analysis. RJ, whose article do you think? Can you see why that guy bothers me? Because I have to do this all day. It's ridiculous. Oh, Lambo, don't worry about it, dude. I don't mind giving you the right answer. The fact that articles that are written as fact that are based off of complete hearsay really make my job a lot harder. That's all. You know? It's nothing on you, dude. It's very much on the guy that put that information out there as fact because he's an idiot. It's very discouraging, dude. I've had to talk about it pretty much every day this week. We can't even verify if it's hearsay. Like, yeah, exactly. I'm getting a little peeved. Getting a little peeved about it. Yeah, anyway, Lambo, nothing about you. Nothing with you, dude. You please ask away about Starliner. I'll answer all your questions. I guarantee you I have an answer for every single question because I've been listening to the press conferences. I'm not bothered with you, dude. Should debate him, I'd pay to see that. Why would I debate somebody that refuses to come to a conversation outside of a debate with why would I debate somebody that even outside of a debate refuses to come at you with facts and comes off of hearsay? Debating that is a losing battle. The reason why it's a losing battle is because how do I know that the guy's just not going to do that? Now, when it comes to technical competency, I bet you I would win, but if the guy is not willing to do that with the articles that he writes, what makes you think he'd be willing to do that in a debate? I don't trust it. How do you pick it up after missions? Well, Breen, before I had a crane, I made a crane that could actually a vehicle that worked kind of like a forklift that scooped it up. Right, we scooped up underneath the back of the thing and kind of tilted it upright and got it to dock on a pedestal. I just kind of lurk around your stream and I can tell you're very knowledgeable. So I read the article and wanted to know what was going on. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. Like, why would I do that? It's just not... There's no respect for the craft and it really pisses me off. And like, Lambo, this dude's been doing this for years. Like, and everybody's like, once again, he was proven right. I'm like, no, he was not. You know, Survivor's freaking, well, not Survivor's bias, but the guy grasps at straws a lot, and he's often very wrong. Like, I can think of several major times where he's been completely wrong about something, and nobody's like, yeah, it's fine. Like, failing to grasp fundamental phase changes of hydrogen when asking questions about a rocket with hydrogen on it. Yeah. Anyway. You guys remember that wet dress rehearsal nonsense? You guys remember that? Would this scrub be testified as a would it be classified as a wet dress rehearsal? No. I think it is. It's not. Yeah, but I think it is. I'm gonna go write an article saying that the opposite of basically what your answer is. Do you guys remember that? I'll be back in 45 minutes. Save the spicy stuff for when I get back. Yeah. Yeah. They're talking about gaseous hydrogen leaks, and he says how much would drip into a bucket if I held it under the spot where it was leaking. Like, believe me, I remember all this stuff. Remember all of it. It's pretty concrete in my mind. There's a reason why I dislike that guy. The correct unit is nanohindenburgs. Yeah, Panta, it's pretty ridiculous, dude. And what kind of bothers me is that other reporters follow his lead. It's really, really obnoxious. You know, I've noticed that the press corps, a lot of the press corps seems to have like preconceived notions that this is some kind of like crime drama show or something. And the questions that they ask that they think are pertinent have nothing to do with what's going on. And then they get annoyed when they get non-answers because their questions were not pertinent in the first place. It's actually kind of absurd. Like, okay, I'll give you guys an example. There was a question that was asked in the last Starliner press conference about if crew landing was required for Starliner certification. A guy from Reuters asked that question, okay? And Steve Stitch basically gave a response saying, well, it depends. Because it does. It does depend. It really depends. You're not gonna know whether it's good for crew until the test pilots give you feedback and you make a ruling on the certification based off of your test pilot's feedback. So asking the question, does it need to land with people in it for certification, is kind of a weird, why would you ask that question? Yeah, of course it does. You're not going to certify a craft without the crew feedback during entry, descent, and landing. You're not going to... I mean, that's what I mean. Like, and then the guy went and reported that as NASA gave me a non-answer when NASA gave me a non-answer when I asked about certification for Starliner during re-entry with people on board, which if that was a requirement for human spaceflight certification. He said NASA gave them a non-answer. I listened to the whole press conference. NASA didn't give you a non-answer. They said that's going to be assessed at the end of the mission. Meaning, for human certification rating, you probably want humans on board during re-entry to test that. That's why they're test pilots. And the guy wrote an entire article and then posted about it on social media about how NASA gave him a non-answer. No, that was Reuters, Sam. NASA didn't give you a non-answer. That's not even remotely the right question to ask. Well, yeah, of course it does. But you got to think about this from NASA's point of view. They're in a position where they're not 100% sure that they should put people on this thing. They're like 99% sure. 99% sure isn't good enough. You have to prove it, right? And that's going to take some time to figure out what's going on with that service module. It's going to take some time. It's going to take validation and ground testing, right? It's the exact article that Wayne Hale wrote talking about flight rationale the other day, right? They're not, like, asking that question is so far removed from, like, any bearing on what NASA is trying to do. I mean, it speaks volumes, right? Oh, there you go, Breen. Lambo, NASA plans after the ISS goes of having a bunch of commercial space stations that they can send their astronauts to and do science. So they're going to replace one gigantic space station with a bunch of smaller space stations. It's called the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations Program, or CLEOD for short. Yeah, there will be replacements. They're working on them now. There is another contract with a spaceflight company called Axiom. Axiom sends people up on private missions on Dragon to the space station. And they buy time, they buy hours on the ISS right now from NASA to do science for the commercial sector right now. Axiom has a contract with NASA to attach space station modules to the ISS in the next 3 to 4 years. And then when they get rid of the ISS, they'll detach them. And the Axiom station will become its own commercial space station. And NASA will buy seats going to the Axiom station. It's all part of a greater effort to commercialize low Earth orbit. NASA's whole job is to pioneer technologies that would not be economically viable for a company to do, and then mature that technology and then give it to the private sector. So basically they're trying to pioneer things in aerospace and space exploration that wouldn't make sense for any commercial company to do. Now, SpaceX is obviously the monkey wrench in that entire formula, but that's the whole purpose. So NASA is trying to get out of low Earth orbit as a scientific, like as a government destination, and trying to build a commercial market for low Earth orbit. And they're doing that with the Commercial Crew Program, which Starliner is a vital component of. Will you be playing Satisfactory 1.0 when it comes out next month? Absolutely, Vet. Do you think there will be a gap between when U.S. astronauts are in orbit, between while the ISS deorbits and when commercial space stations are put up? I don't know. I can't predict the future, RJ. What I'm telling you right now, yes. Yes, there will. There will be a gap. NASA, Congress has refused to fund the commercial low Earth orbit destinations program. They have underfunded it completely. So that means it'll probably happen eventually, but not on a timely scale. I mean, that's another thing to really think about, dudes. Starliner, yeah, it's having some teething problems right now, no doubt. I mean, it's a test flight. You'd be doing your due diligence to find these problems now so you don't have surprises during operational missions, right? That makes perfect sense. But you got to remember, for all the people that are calling for, oh, Starliner's junk, we should just use Dragon, we should just use Dragon all the time. Well, two things. One, NASA doesn't want one way to get to a space station. Putting all your eggs in one basket and becoming reliant on one launch vehicle and one capsule is what happened in 1986, and that didn't end well. Having one vehicle that does everything, bad idea. Second part of this, in order to really bolster the commercial market, right? You don't want to introduce commercial low Earth orbit destinations and only have one way to get there. That's consolidating the market before it even has a chance to grow. SpaceX will just send everybody everywhere. That's a monopoly. NASA is trying to do the opposite of that. A monopoly and consolidation of the market is not growing low Earth orbit. That's at odds with what the entire Commercial Crew Program is set out to do. See what I mean? Starliner not working right now is a big deal. That they gotta get that thing working. It has to work. It has to. Now, maybe there's other competition in the future from Sierra Space with Dream Chaser or another entity. Yeah, but right now it's kind of vital for what the commercial low Earth orbit market is going to look like over the next 10 to 15 years. It's vital that that thing works because there has to be competition in space. Dragon needs a competitor. Without a competitor, NASA's efforts to grow a low Earth orbit economy fails completely. And you have a monopoly instead, which is basically goes against everything that the Commercial Crew Program and commercial orbital transport services is going against. That does the opposite of that. Does that make sense, dudes? It's very important right now that Starliner works, and it's very important for us as space fans, if we want the commercial market to keep going and we want competition to drive innovation, to have more than one launch vehicle and more than one crew-rated commercial capsule to get to space. If we don't, you're going to get market consolidation, and then you get stagnation from that. That's just economics 101. And Lambo, that's the other reason why I don't appreciate what that guy says. He fails to see the bigger picture. The guy's just incessantly insisting on that SpaceX does everything. It's amazing how short a memory people have. The last time we attempted doing something like that, we killed 7 people, and then we couldn't fly anything into space for 2 to 3 years. Not smart. Not a good way to do things. To be honest with you, really not a good way to do things. Anyway, hey Rob Film, what's up, man? We could talk more about this during Space News. How's Dart development going? It's going good, Monoprop. I'm running into some stuff going on here. Hang on. I'm just changing up the music, dudes. Was there ever a time when the ISS was without people on board? Christian, yeah. The ISS had nobody on board from 1998 to 2000, but it was in a very primitive state. It was like 1 to 2 modules. The first mission, Expedition 1, launched in 2000. On a Soyuz, with a mixed crew, might I add. Just as a matter of fact. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about using the double fairings here, right? Soyuz does a lot of work. It's an oldie, but a goodie. First module was launched in 1998. It was the Zarya module on a Proton rocket with a Pizza Hut logo on it. Oh wait, no, that was Zvezda. Yeah. Yeah, but which month? One that ends in Y. Drummer, my gut's telling me like November or October of 98, but I don't remember. April-y. June-y. November 20th, 1998. See? I was right. It does end in Y, and it was November. Boom. Roasted. I think you confused days of the week, not months. It was a joke. Not a very funny one, I guess. Those crew cabins are cramped. Yeah. Yeah, they are. See, here's what I keep going back to, guys. We could dial this thing in, we could get it all figured out, but this, I don't know, man. Without a launch vehicle, this thing is kind of, you know? Do you think the no clipping part mentality gets you far in KSP? I do clip parts, Christian, but I have a rule about it. You can clip parts. You can clip fuel tanks if you really want to, but if you're filling them up with fuel, then it's kind of lame. Now, with that being said, I do have 2 clipped fuel tanks right there, but my rationale with Dart is that there could be a cylindric tank right here and it would take up the exact same area. See this open space right there? I left that space open on purpose because, you know, the volume that these tanks clip should basically be equal to the volume of open space here and here. So I'm cool with doing something like that. Clipping 2 crew tanks together, I don't really have an issue with. They're not really clipping too far, to be honest with you. So I don't mind having parts over other parts as long as it makes sense, plausibly realistic. You know what I mean? You can tessellate, but have you tried to tesseract? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. No. So, I want to keep going with Dart, and I do like what we have here, but now I'm thinking, like, I don't know, should, you know, for our mission mode, should we do a capsule or something? I kind of want to keep going with it, but what launch vehicle is this going to fly on, right? Like, I'm starting to think about the wider scope. You generally don't want to design a crew vehicle with no launch vehicle. That's a bad idea. They did that with Orion, and look at how that ended up. I would like to go back to doing mission mode, but yeah, I really wanted to get into doing this to make sure that my building chops, so to speak, were good. A capsule with a small CSM would be good. Why not use Collins for mission mode? That kind of goes against my mission mode rules, dude. Collins and mission mode. The mission mode save that I want to do is much more like MM2, not MM3. Yes, MM3 was basically no reverts, but you didn't need to build a launch pad or anything. You just launch whatever, which is cool. I don't have a problem with that. Like, we could play like that too, but I think that the mission mode that everybody wants is my MM2 rules. MM2, where you have to build the pad, you have to build all the equipment, which I think is cool. I thought you could purchase vehicles from other saves. Yeah. Yes, but in my mission mode 2 save, you could, but my rules are that you have to build a pad for everything. So if we built out the shuttle pad, I mean, I could do it. We could do it. I could do it. I don't think. Yeah, MM2 was the one with Dart and the Freedom rockets. Yeah, I got you, rocket guy, yep. Yeah, my rules were that you have to build GSE. So if we wanted to, we could do it. We could use my shuttle, we could purchase it, we could purchase the license to it per my MM rules, right? But if we did, we'd have to A, retrofit this thing to be reusable, which I guess we could do that. MM1, MM2, and MM3 aren't chronological numbers, Drummer. They're rule sets. I've played tons of mission modes, but my mission mode 1 rules are basically no reverts. No reverts, and I forget what other rules there were. Do it right the first time, etc., etc. MM2 is the hardcore mode. MM3 is much more like MM1 with a couple of caveats here and there. Your shuttle looks very clean for a stock build. Thank you. It's about as good of a shuttle as you're gonna get in stock, man. Yeah, as the vast majority of people want to do MM2 rules, so the one that's on the website, that weather guide link, are MM2. Those are MM2 rules. Personally, I want to see you go into deep space, not hang around a lot. Yeah. If my ass, why so indecisive about Dart? I'm honestly really worried about part count. Could I tessellate out panels? Sure, but you got to remember, with Dart, it's something that we're going to reuse. We have to, like, move it around. We have to reuse it. It has to work with a bunch of other things. If I think I might need to tessellate it to get it to work right. And if that's the case, man, like, it might end up being a lot of parts, and I really can't have Dart be over 100 parts. I really can't. It really can't be over 100. Like that's a strict rule, because you got to remember there's gonna be a 100-part Dart, and then it needs its transport stool, then it needs a transport vehicle, right? It needs a lot of stuff, and then I'm gonna need the crane to move it upright. Then we gotta, we need to make a bracket to pick it up, and we need to make a bracket to put it on the rocket, right? Like it's. You see what I mean? Like, Dart here is not very many parts. It's, yeah, it's not a lot. It went from 224 to 138. It's under 100 parts, but it doesn't fly very well. What kind of missions do you envision for this new mission mode save? I don't know. See, that's the other reason why I was considering a capsule. A capsule would be much better. What are our trade-offs here? A capsule would be much better for long-term architecture, because if we want to go beyond low Earth orbit, sending something with wings could screw us completely, right? What's the benefit of Dart if it's being used beyond low Earth orbit? There really isn't one. A capsule is what makes the most sense out there. A capsule that can be used as a space tug, a capsule that can be used to move stuff around. What I'm saying is something like Orion makes a lot more sense. But Orion, I can make reusable capsules. We can do that. I've done that before. We found a way to do it. You just have to make the heat shield jettisonable, which is exactly what real capsules do anyway. The heat shields on a lot of capsules are not reused. They're either jettisoned or they're, it lands with it, they take it off and replace it. What a wing deal will be a problem. It's not like you're pulling the wings around that you don't need, Elfish. And those are parts that could be used to make a more capable capsule. That's my reasoning. Yeah, use the control surfaces too. Cool. Good find, Aqualix. I'll check that. I'll check it in a second. Like, I like Dart a lot, and it's a great piece of equipment. But I can't help but think in the back of my mind it might be better for the long term if we go with a capsule. Yeah, pushing anytime these wings are out of the atmosphere, it's just dead mass. It's not useful. That part count could be used somewhere else. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about long term here. Would you be okay with building to compromise, or do you want to maximize capability with a capsule? What do you mean building to a compromise? A capsule that separates from the wing rigging for past LEO operations, then redocks them to land. You're complicating your mission architecture, Cunny, doing that. But yeah, it's possible. Remember, okay, so in order to do that, guys, you got to understand my mission mode rules. The mission mode rules are as such. Try to make stuff reusable. If you can't, it's okay. But you really want to make your spacecraft reusable. Like, that's the challenge that I want. Capsules nowadays are reusable. They are. If you want to make a shuttle, that's great. Here's the thing. If your capsule and or shuttle does not land within 2 kilometers of the center of KSC, you can't recover it. You have to go and get it. That's my thing. You have to go and get the damn thing. So if Jeb lands on the other side of the planet, good, I hope you have an airplane. Because sailing there is going to take a long time. You have to go and get the things. You have to recover stuff. You can't just leave it out there and hit the recover button because you landed on Kerbin. Right? SpaceX has recovery ships that they go and get. Now, the idea behind making a shuttle, a little mini shuttle like this, is that you don't need to worry about that. You don't need to go and get it. You don't need to pull it out of the water. Okay, Jacobs. Do you build the capsule from parts or use a stock one? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, Christian. Not sure if you saw my last. It was a bit winded, though. Can you make a reusable capsule with integrated CSM like Dragon? Possible. Personally, I'm a proponent of a strictly optimized integrated architecture, i.e. using specific vehicles for a specific mission and not this one-size-fits-all attempt that we've seen since Apollo. So I could say for me at least, I like the idea of a shuttle for LKO, MKO access, and a capsule for deep space, and the necessary supporting systems in between. Well, Rocket Guy, if we're gonna insist on two spacecraft like that, we'd best be making sure they jive together in some way, shape, or form, don't you think? So where my mind's going from there is that if we have an integrated architecture like this, we're... We need launch vehicles. We gotta get up the launch vehicles, dude. No, in mission mode 2 rules, there's no hawking drives. No, we're not doing that. Yeah, we're definitely back in the KSP. I'm thinking about integrated architectures again. I mean, if we're gonna do mission mode, I'm trying to think of an architecture that could be useful for early LEO missions, and that could scale up to bigger stuff when we go into deep space. That's really what I want. Gemini capsule with wings, trying to avoid having the capsule land out in the ocean. Yeah, the Gemini paraglider. Mission before architecture. DART does not carry payload. It's a capsule with wings, Rem. That was the original idea. What does your systems engineering handbook recommend? The SE handbook would recommend figuring all this stuff out now before you go and make something. We've just been messing with engineering mode so I can get back into the swing of things, drummer. What do you actually want to accomplish in space? Is your ultimate goal a colony on Duna or a base on Kerbal? The other solution is a lifting body. Ditch the wings, go IXV from ESA or some other biconic re-entry vehicle. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about it. Elvish, I basically want architecture that's flexible enough to basically get me anywhere. So, once again, we need a light, medium duty launch vehicle, medium to heavy duty launch vehicle, and then a super heavy launch vehicle. Need a unifying vision, as we tell NASA. They got to figure that out for sure. Yeah, we're gonna need super heavy lift. We need actually, at the very least, we need a big fairing. This gets a little bit complicated to do if we're reusing pads. That's That's the real trouble here. Shouldn't we build to a mission? No. You build to a goal, not a mission. Have you wind tunneled the capsules at different angles of attack? Yeah. Yes, Bree. So what is your goal? I just told you? I just said it a second ago. Air launch space plane. Be quiet, demo. Battling LKO would come before most things, would it not? Yeah, absolutely, Weather Guy. And then we should be able to scale our smaller launch vehicle to make a bigger one, like what I did with Freedom 7 to 10. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, we know, Breen. Integration seems like the bottleneck here. This is how we learn. Why do you think I know so much about systems engineering? Why do you think I know enough about systems engineering to know that the press asks dumb questions about systems engineering? Because I sit here and insist on doing this so we can learn it. I'm getting to it, Death. No need for a launch pad when you can just roll a space plane on its landing gear under a wing. The problem with air launching demo is the flight regime that you're going to need to recover the dang carrier vehicle. It can be a little troublesome. EJ does not realize he needs direct architecture. Hey, Ditour. Keep this. Uh-oh. What's that? Oh, that's weird. I think this is a problem with NASA, too many voices in the design meetings. I'm taking that into account. Not orange enough. Yeah, whatever. MADV instead of Dart. Wouldn't necessarily be against doing that whole propulsive landing thing. How about a rocket plane for LKO? I don't know. Thinking. Give me a second. Have you seen your DCX flight? Got it to be consistently within 150 meters of the pad or so. So next is Falcon 9, obviously. Yeah, and ADV on top of SLS is awesome, dude. So freaking cool. But what I'm really weighing in my head, guys, is, you know, if we're gonna do mission mode, if we're gonna do an MM2 rules mission mode save, we're not starting with Dart. That's for sure. We ain't starting with Dart. We're starting with a capsule. Can't make Dart with the mission mode rules right out of the box. You can't do that. I don't think I have the right stuff. Based reusable air launch. I want to be a broken record for what does Dart do that a capsule can't do. Lands on a runway. I like the airplane. It's so good, demo. It's so good, dude. Yeah, Jax, well that would be the plan. The reason why is because that's where I started before. I didn't just pop into the freedom architecture, you know what I mean? That was the freedom architecture was arguably one of my most successful architectures, believe it or not, was the only thing that that was entirely purpose driven. It was entirely purpose made. Like that was made to do something out of a need that to send, Kerbals up there and build a space station for science. Like it was totally purpose built. The stakeholder expectations basically wrote themselves. Launch pick? Shuttle vehicles have better potential, arguably, for faster turnaround times in comparison to capsules that dump their service module. How do you get your plane back, Demo? How do you get your launch plane back? You have to basically shoot that thing up and it has to go above 25, launch the rocket, or the rocket has to get above 70 before the plane sinks to 25, or else it's just going to delete it. Yamaha name must return. I just want to do big stuff like Mint Chip or something that's not low Earth orbit. Okay. Ren, you're back over on YouTube today? Yeah, 2 plus CWR. Yeah, I got it. Ren, I saw your bits. Hey, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I got you, demo. No, I always wanted to build pads higher. I still want to make ground infrastructure. I could probably make it 1,000 times better today. You guys are the ones that don't like that, not me. I'm working on it, Dev. You know what? Here's the thing. The reason why I picked messing with Dart, guys, all right, hear me out. The reason why I picked messing with Dart here wasn't necessarily because we were going to use it for another mission mode, even though we probably could when it's done. I wanted to learn how to play with the Kerbal Wind Tunnel and make a vehicle and see a vehicle through using the wind tunnel, so I understand how it works and what I'm looking for and what I need the thing to do. Pretty sure I do understand that now, so I think it might be a good idea just to see Dart through, just to finish a project. The whole point, guys, like, I'll be honest, my building skills are not as good as they were. I'm rusty. Might not look like it, but I'm a little rusty. I need to play more before we go and do a mission mode, or else every single mission that I do in a mission mode save will just break and explode. Thank you, Panta. So circling around to continue the current project to start with. Yeah, well, want to be sure. Why do you call it Dart if you don't want it to act like a dart? I believe chat named it, James. Then let's build. Okay. I forget what it stood for. I think you figured out wind tunnel, but haven't launched this thing to test the knowledge. Yeah, that's why I said we should probably see this thing through. So I could be sure to validate our model, dude. Yeah, that's what I meant. Your build skills are exactly the same. You just don't dedicate yourself to a project like you used to.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
EJ does not cancel projects, NASA does. We will see this through.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thank you, I think. Jacob likes to just stepped in to drop yourself, and oh boy, I might just have to forget about work and hang out with you since you're playing KSP. Thanks, Jacob. Okay. I'll see Dart through. I've decided. Let's go. Back to the wind tunnel. 1082 is tilting a little bit after the Starlink mission. Yeah, Jax. Interesting. All right, so let's go to... Okay, that's the last thing that we tested. Alright, so what do I want to do here? We need to figure out an arrow shell for this, just like we've done in the past for other vehicles. That's pretty much the pressure vessel that I want for Dart. If we could figure out a way to redo the nose and change it a little bit, I probably would be okay with that. I'm thinking we could have a fairing go through, like what we did with the shuttle. That should work. But then again, that means the IVA view is going to be blocked because there's going to be a damn fairing in the way. But that's okay. Oh yeah, I see it, demo. Nice. What page? Wait, hold on. Page 52. Yeah, I see it, buddy. One time at space camp, EJ got all windy in a tunnel and then darted into space. I understand that demo. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. All right. Let me think. Okay, so Now, when we were messing with this yesterday, we had something like this, right? That's not necessarily what we want. We want something like that. Yeah, this is Robert Parker, Bob. He's a Swedish synthwave musician. Great working music, dude. Now, how do we bridge it, Joe? I agree. It's a pretty awesome pairing. So it's a pretty awesome nose. That's actually kind of more the shape that I want, you know. Actually, hang on. Can we get any crazier with this? Hold on. Can we? Where are we? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, that's too much. 25, 20, 15. Look at the side profile. That's actually not bad. And where the wings kind of end up bridging into the structure, not the worst. So my thing is I could use a fairing to bridge the rest of this shape. It's possible, but that introduces another fairing into this design. Structural fuselage? That won't play very nice with the aerodynamics, and honestly, it could. Go ahead, just get rid of them. Just get rid of those. If I want them back, we should rip them off the original Dart over there. Get my rulers back up here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Super, 98 month. Thank you very much. Yeah, Forge, I could use structural panels. Yeah, absolutely, man. Just give me a second. I need to redo. Don't really like how that came out, so get rid of those. Get rid of that. I'm trying to see if we could make a fairing work before we try anything else. I think I could. This is what I mean about being rusty. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Are you good at this game? I don't see you winning. Hang on a second. No.
Winter time has come. Have to pay my dues.
Okay, so how did I attach them with the shuttle? They were all attached to the nose cone, and they went backwards to make it work like a heat sink, so they flex heat off the cone. That's how that worked. What made you decide to build a new mini shuttle? I thought it would be a fun way to jump back into playing KSP, because I haven't played in a little while. This one needs to be... Yeah, this is panel tessellation. This is how I make tiles. Yeah, it's super useful. That's how I made the thermal protection system on the shuttle. I mean, I didn't want to do it because I was worried about part count, but I kind of came to the realization, like, if I'm just doing this as a way to get my feet wet back into it, maybe we could end up modifying this to use it right later, but it would be better to just build it. Just build it. Part count, man, whatever. I was kind of building with the expectation, for whatever reason, that I would be using this in a save soon, but I might not. Who knows? No, Chief, just like the shuttle, it'll only be certain parts. But in order to get the tessellation to aerodynamically and aerothermally work, you have to build it in a certain way. I did that with a lot of testing. Yeah, that's why I have these sheets of triangles. Like, I'm not going to use the whole thing. It's like using a sheet of metal to make a shape. You end up cutting off what you don't need. And then, you know, obviously, just like metal as well, you can just add. The one thing I'm worried about now is the ability for them, that Kerbal, to be able to get out. These panels might be blocking. It might be actually blocking the entrance, but we'll see. This line is, I'm trying to put it in here to approximate my wing leading edge. So that's more or less where I want it to be, and the wings are going to be down here. And then if I want to get my rulers out of the way, we just rotate that fuel tank down. sure I attached it to the wrong piece. GG, man. Okay. Does it obstruct the hatch? Most likely. Yes. Might need to find another way to ingress and egress out of Dart.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, one of you. 26-month resub. Thank you. Hmm. Oh, I haven't done this. We have not done this in a little while, and it shows. But then again, shuttle wasn't built in a day. Took me a week to get the panels right on my shuttle. Like just sitting here making sure that it was right. Stuff's hard, man. Yeah, we'll look at that for space news. T-Man. Once again, what I'm doing here is I'm using these panels to make thermal tiles and get the correct, or attempt to get the correct aerodynamics that I'm looking for here. It's not the easiest thing to do. Sitting here sculpting, it takes time, but I do believe this gives you the best results. If you're, you don't want to use part mods or anything. Wasn't the helicopter cockpit the first one we did with this technique? With triangle, yeah, maybe. I remember that thing. That thing was pretty rad. We gotta tighten this up. So we have to really want something like that. Gotta bring this line in it to get the shape that I'm looking for. And once again, when you start scrunching these things up, they do end up getting a little bit of overlap, but that's okay. You can still make it look nice. Sometimes you gotta just do a little bit of a rotation on the panel to get it right. Sorry, this takes a lot of focus to get right, so I know my commentary on it is just butthole, but just bear with me here. Thing ended up being a little bit chunkier. Those tiles might induce yaw moment if the vertical tail's not big enough. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Brandon, I'm familiar with the aerodynamic challenges associated with doing these. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen the shuttle that I built. Here, take a look. Believe me, I'm very familiar with this problem. You're absolutely right for what it's worth. Good thing, man. That's what the end result looks like when you get it right. At least it's pretty. Pretty? No, that's aesthetic, and they work like thermal tiles, and this thing flies pretty much exactly like the real one. Like, yeah, no, it flies exactly like the real one. And actually, the wind tunnel frickin' proved it, dude, which is pretty cool. Nice and stable. 37 degrees. It's not exactly like the real one, but it's close. Yeah, not bad, Sam, considering I started with a bunch of I-beams and struts. Remember that? But yeah, it's not just the shuttle. I've done other things, making aeroshells out of panels. Yo, EJ, I sent you a Discord message. Had a memory pop up on Facebook. Ah, good times, man. I remember the first tessellation experiments with some of the blended wings were just eye-opening, truly groundbreaking stuff. Yeah, I haven't just done it with panels, dudes. Yeah, for what it's worth. Here, check this out. I mean, this one is just panels, but this thing's a tank, dude. And it flies. Dude, seeing this thing shoot through re-entry is pretty righteous. Streets, you got bad and good memories about this one? Yeah, me too, man. Can you believe that? I crapped this out, and the only problem we had was a major structural design flaw. Everything else worked great. I got this thing back to the runway on the first try. It's just when I touched down on the runway, it blew up. Which sucked. Complete butt. Like, yeah. It's a me. If that's a mini shuttle, what's the max shuttle look like? That is the max shuttle. And then There's this. This thing flies pretty good, dude. Maybe we should borrow the arrow shell. Are belly flops allowed? Dude, I would love to build out Starship architecture just as a fun side project, but I really kind of need Nirtea's 5-meter. I would want Nirtea's 5-meter payload bay to do what I think Starship is going to do. You love the jet truck. Yep. Good times. I got the link, Forge. I'll check it later. Because, yeah, for the people that don't know, guys, I didn't just build these things. The reason why it has a tow truck is because I built its pad, too. The jet truck is to push that thing up the ramp to its launch pad, Sarah. Yep. This SSTO is fully reusable, dude. Like, when I fully reusable. You could just put it right back on the pad, fuel it up, and put a new payload in it. The jet truck. I wish you wish you could have a real one. I mean, there's always the T-34 jet tank. This is, I think, the closest thing you're gonna get to jet truck. It still is pretty rad. Still pretty cool. Ooh. What in the Kerbal? It was used to blow out oil well fires. It is a T-34 chassis with 2 MiG-29 engines attached to the turret. It's a big fire extinguisher. Yep, that's right, Chief. It is a big jet engine fire extinguisher. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But also, there is the jet engine snow plow. Great snow plow, to be honest with you. What is it not? What is it not gonna blow the snow away? What snow? Good answer. What did you do to that poor MiG? I too want my snowplow to look like a vacuum cleaner. I can think of several reasons why this is not gonna end well. NASCAR has some jet engines to blow off the track during rainstorms. Firecat, those actually aren't turbojets, they're gas turbines. They're helicopter motors, believe it or not. The NASCAR ones are just designed to make a lot of heat to evaporate the water. They don't make a lot of thrust. The helicopter engine. Yeah, it's just a helicopter engine mounted on the front of a truck. Those are turbojets. Those are jet engines. Now, what's the difference between a gas turbine and a jet engine? A gas turbine is a jet engine that's being used to make shaft horsepower, like turning a helicopter blade, right? It spins an axle instead of like providing thrust or spinning a fan or whatever. So, how fast will it dry your hair though? You won't have any hair left to dry when you're done. Yeah, this had a whole launch pad, and I had a horizontal integration facility that picked up, that used the base plate of the launch pad as a track. And when the vehicle's going to launch, it was on wheels, so it could roll that way and set down over there. And then when we wanted to integrate payload, we picked it up. We had a truck tow the entire facility in, and we set it down over the vehicle, and we could pick up payloads. You could line up a payload cart here, pick it up, drop it in the small payload bay, and go. Yep, I even made specialized satellites for this thing. Just little tiny guys that are for missions and whatnot. I'd love to go back to, and go back to using them, dude. I could probably optimize a ton of things, especially with the SSTOs. I don't know about using the big one though. Because the thing is I made, just look, I made one for the big one too. Dude, we made this thing work with no hybrid tech. I'm almost wondering how many parts we could just take out of this design. Or weld together. Yeah, welding together the pad, I think, might not be the worst idea, Tessa. Yeah, I had to actually work on load distribution. Yeah, welding pretty much everything that's highlighted right there really shouldn't be a problem. And then this part, all of this stuff right here, that part, and that part should, yeah, it really shouldn't be an issue. I'm just actually honestly wondering how many parts that actually is. Hold on. It's about 300 parts. What do you mean by part welding? There's a mod where you can combine a sub-assembly and make it one piece. For launch pads, it's actually probably not the worst idea to do it. Remember the crane that rolled on airplane wheels, remember? Yeah, of course I remember. I built it.
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, near normal temperatures in March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well. And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, the 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range winter forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us, and you can also write me and include a self-addressed stamp envelope. Channel 11 here at 220 East 42nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast. That's the story. That's the story.
I'm thinking. I'm sorry. Sorry. Excuse me. Dart has really grown up since yesterday. What's up, Etel? How you doing? You guys know my buddy Etel. Good, as he would say, good friend of the channel. Yeah, good buddy of mine. A good streamer. Mods, can we get a shout out for Etel? He's a good dude. Yeah, I was just messing with different things here, Etel. This is where we're at with Dart, right? Does it reduce part count? It does, Breen, yeah. Like a structural pad that's made out of fuel tanks is not... I don't need those fuel tanks for anything, so welding it is not the worst idea. Of course I remember, Chief. Jeez. Stop it. Stop doing that. This is where we're at with Dart. I was looking into making an arrow shell with it. Yeah, the ruler system is a good idea. It's great for getting dimensions in KSP. Yeah, I've used these little tiles here, or the little panels to make tiles before, man. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty good way of doing things. I don't think making the entire bottom out of panels, though, is a good idea. That's like 200 parts. Something absurd. You need to find a balance between making it wings and making it panels to get it to balance the COL right. Which is what I've done pretty much on every other design. When you do the 5-meter starship, would this be appropriate for the heat shield? I don't think we're gonna need to use this, Schnooze. I really only use this when we are trying to make a certain shape. Okay, the part welding mod hasn't been updated in a while. It should run fine, but I'll give you a test. All right. Back, what's good? I'm experimenting making an arrow shell for the, for Dart, Rocket Guy. Kind of went more with more of a blunt body design. That's what we were experimenting with. And I think with the right honing in, I could probably get this right. Just trying to make sure it's not like a bajillion freaking parts. So we could do that, you know, put wings down in certain spots to get the right amount of lift and kind of go from there. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say we probably don't need anything beyond that. Still something nutty about this. That doesn't look right. It's actually not bad. You have to strut those on to stay. In certain areas, yeah. Auto strut should be able to do it. Should be able to take care of it. At least hold it rigid. Yeah. But at like the end of the subassembly, so back here, it's attached up at the front, up there, back here, yeah, you'd probably want to do that. Now, keep in mind, this is very rough. It's very rough compared to, like what I was doing, like the shuttle ones. The shuttle ones are like perfectly fleshed out. So we might need to go at this a couple of times to get it right, but I'm not really sure what we should do right here. Maybe... What's VSR 3? Did I see a Buran flag? Yeah. Actually, not bad. It's pretty good, dude. I don't hate it. We can sculpt this. Between that and some flag action, should be able to get this right. Part welder still runs fine, despite being a couple KSP versions old. I thought it would. It's Windows! Window, Microsoft! Hey, Tessa. Cool. I like that. I like it. It's just 90. Hey, I'm kind of sorry that I started playing that song on here, but I'm awesome. Sorry. Not sorry at all. It's called Order Windows Today by CS188. JSP, you're welcome. Why do you do this, man?
How much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen to this incredible news that Windows.
Makes me happy.
Makes me happy.
Why are you doing this?
Order today. Order Windows. Order
Windows today. That's real. That's some real music.
Order Windows. Order Windows today.
No.
How much do you want Windows? Watch as Windows integrates reverse easy. Can you believe it?
Well, technically,
No! Don't answer. Now we can paste this Ferrari into Windows Light.
I'm not
Wow.
really sure what that is.
I'm not really sure what that
What
is.
else? Get it. No extra charge. A card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal, That's right. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today. It's an incredible value, but it's true.
It's free screensavers.
And reversing. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today.
Not really.
I just can't afford it.
It's just $99. Wow. That's right.
Wow.
It's just $9.
Whoops.
I just can't afford
I
it.
just can't afford it.
Wait just 1 minute. I love Windows from Microsoft.
What? Oh my god, that's pretty good. Yeah. Developers. Yes. Stupid. I love it. Oh my god. That's enough internet forever. I need ear bleach after that? Alright, I got you. How about, here you go. How about this? Hey, Italics, I got a question, homie. Why is this song in Hearts of Iron 4? Why? This song has no business in that game, dude. Why? Why is this happening? Oh, of course you know it. Okay. Alright, yep. This is from Hearts of Iron, dude. It's a great song, to be honest. Samba is the national music of Brazil, so it's probably because of that. Okay. Okay, you know what? That's fair. Crew 9 date is set. NASA and SpaceX are targeting September 24th for the launch of Crew 9. Yeah, baby. I just can't afford it. I do like this, guys. That's good, man. It's real good. It totally is, dude. Clipper it is, then. Yeah, this little mini arrow shell is not the worst. Sorry to repost, I'm wondering if this is relevant. Hypersonic. Oh. I think this might have something to do with what we're working on. Didn't do the right one. Jeepers, creepers. Nice, that's your professor. Oh, Bobby Braun. This is a paper that Demo linked a little while back. Yeah, or, I don't know. Did you link it, Rocket Guy? I don't, somebody linked it. It's a good paper. Bobby Braun. Dr. Bobby Braun. He's good. He's a good guy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, BY, 79-month resub. Thanks, dude. This is cool, but yeah, not exactly what I'm looking for. There's some cool re-entry stuff later, okay? Word. If I could just make... Dude, I mean, I could do something like this. It would be cool to make Dart look like that. that nose might be a little tough to do, but... No, not that one. That's not what I'm looking for. This thing. Something like that. Something like this. Might be able to get that done. This spatula. Nice. Spatular body configuration. Awesome name. Hey, Bandit. Nice doorstop. Yeah, it's spatular. Yeah, it's because it looks like you could... It's a great name. Rocket Guy, anyway, you think we can make a spatular nose? Because if we could, then... Actually, we could make Dart look like that. That wouldn't be too bad. I would be okay with doing something like that. I mean, you... We might need to make the airframe a little bit thinner, but it's totally doable. That's what the Mark IV parts are for, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Yeah, Chief, exactly, dude. Yep. And I will happily accept all pity and commiserations today. I hit 43. Ouch. That sucks. Happy birthday, though. You think we could see a human-rated starship before 2030? No. Maybe. I mean, maybe. Unless SpaceX is cooking up something right now, I doubt it. Hey, Exit. What's going on? How are you doing, my dude? Good to be back. Yeah, welcome back, man. Yeah, Aqualix. Yeah. Guys, I hit a little bit of a block when I kind of went on that tangent about what I'm designing Dart for, but I do think we have something really good here. This is pretty rad. So is this what our craft will look like? Yeah. Platypus. Give me 1 second. I have a lot of tabs, dude. Trying to sort out Space News links here. No, I don't want to cut down on panel tessellation on a particular part, Tessa, but for launch pads, it's not a bad idea. Do you have it, or should I link it again? I don't know. It got lost. Link it up again.
I don't want the fidelity of the aerodynamics getting screwed up. But then again, I have it open. But then again, it might not be the worst thing to do. I am in a pickle. NASA press conference tomorrow at 12:30. It's too small. That nose is too small. I don't mind what we got going on right here. This is pretty good. It's just, and I like the arrow shell. It's just not exactly what I'm looking for. Dude, you know what I really want to do? I want to try the part welder with the pads. Like, I don't want to do that. Maybe we could take a day tomorrow where we mess with it. There might be more what you're looking for in a couple of the stock-alike part mod packs. I don't know. You know what? Let's, I'm gonna take 5 from this. I kind of talked myself out of it for the day. That's fine. It does happen. Just because I don't want to jump back in because we're close to space news. But let's look at what's on CCAN. I'm just curious here. Gotten this far without modded parts. I really don't want modded parts, to be honest with you. Same car. I don't mind something like part welder though. You know what I mean? And if I did have modded parts, the only modded parts I would want are mine. You know what I mean? Like, it would be pretty neat to be able to weld all this together. Or that Launchpad parts pack. But then again, I think MGB or Alpha Mense has a pack like that. The Soviets are unemployed. What do you mean? I'm not playing workers right now. We got space news in 30 minutes, dude. Nah, well, maybe later. Yeah, so what, is that the one by Ubio, sir? The welder? Yeah. KSP Community Fix is a solid mod that helps prevent crack and strikes and allows you to do stuff like auto strut wheels to grandparent. That'll completely screw up a lot of my craft files, dude. Not about that life, dude.
Coyotes, what's that? Oh, you got it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm just thinking. I want to go. There's no way. There's no way like that. I was like, I was saying I want to go and make launchpad parts in Maya, but there's. I don't think that's a good idea. I said this earlier. I know. Yeah, making the... Yeah, it might not be too bad, Tessa. It's just texturing stuff. UVing and texturing is going to take time. That's my one big thing. I could model you a launch pad a day. It's texturing it. That would be a pain in the butt. You're a little all over the place. You alright? No, I'm just... a lot on my mind again, dude. I would love to do that, Aqualix, yeah. Just make some hinge parts. Something that just works with the parts that we have now. Like a clevis thing that we could fit like a hinge into that has, you know, it'll look like a thrust actuator mount, and you have an attachment node, you attach the hinge into it and then attach two RCS balls on either side. I'm talking about a part that interlocks with the hinge, Tessa. You could, Here, hold up. Hold on. I hate it that it makes me sign into this stupid thing every time. Did I hear about Crew 9? We'll talk more about that during Space News, dude. So we have a base plate of prefamulated amulite here, right? And then insert an edge loop. Actually, undo that. Hold on. Go here. Nope. Watch. Frickin' hands are defaulting to verbal controls. We have a chamfer. Basically a piece like that. You'd round this edge off, right? And then you duplicate that, and then you inverse scale it over X like that, right? And you make a piece like this. So your Kerbal hinge, like a G11 hinge, would go here. And then on the top, you make another flat piece, right? And that flat piece looks exactly like this, but so, like, so you basically hybrid tech reinforce your hinge with 3 pieces. See what I'm talking about? And now you have a SVI collidable hinge. You could put the G11 in the center, and because this thing is always locked together, it's never going to drift. The hinge will never drift. Here's one you were thinking about, decoupler. Oh, no, I don't want that. Why don't you model custom parts for KSP? That's what I was thinking about doing. Wouldn't be the first time. Why do you prefer Maya over Blender? Because I know how to use Maya. I made that in a day, dude. So freaking tough, man. Such a pain in the butt, man. It's advanced VAB. What the heck was I doing here? Oh yeah. I've tried to do this before, I remember now. No, 415, I kind of got a little bit in my head about why I'm making Dart. Like, you always gotta have a good reason. Yeah, see, launchpad parts. What's advanced VAB updated? Pog. Anybody know what those are? No, never put them into KSP. It's Slick 6. Yep. Yeah, Slick 6. Here, I'll show you. See? Slick 6. I forgot I made these. Cool. What else is in here? Oh yeah, that's a Clydesdale, before the Clydesdale was in the game. Dude, I don't even remember how these got on this damn computer. These guys, these are, I suppose we're far enough out of the gates. This was probably 8-9 years ago or something. I applied for a modeling job at Squad, like a long time ago, dude. Long time ago. Yeah, they didn't want it. I made all these parts for them to show off, like, examples of what I could do, and they never called me back, ever. I made a 5 and 10 meter parts pack for them as a demo. Yeah, and I made it in a weekend, actually, between streams. Never told anybody about it. That's what these parts are. I don't even remember I didn't even remember putting these parts on these computer. I have no idea where these things came from. Yeah, I made landing gear. I made my own landing gear. Yeah, they didn't go for it. Yep. I made a, I forget what it's a 2.5 meter SRB. Did they end up using them? No, they didn't. Yeah, I sent them an entire, I made all of these. Like every single part here, I made, textured, and got into KSP in a weekend. I made like 6 or 7 parts. I mean, it was a 5 meter parts pack. They did put 5 meter parts in the game. Yeah, this was like a long time ago, but yeah, I was like, look, I applied for it and did it in a weekend. It was something quick, and they never called me back. Yeah, I modeled the VAB Slick 6 to show that I could do environment modeling. Like, I duplicated the VAB build style with the Slick 6 pad. Yeah, I suppose we're far enough out of the gates to say that happened. Yeah, I built a parts pad for them in a weekend, and they said your parts aren't good enough, and I'm like, I made that in a weekend, right? And they never said anything back to me. Yeah, see, 2014, there it is. Yeah, they never called me back. What was I doing in here? Yeah, I started modeling shuttle bulkheads. Yeah, this was a long time ago, guys. I wasn't really well known, to be honest. Yeah, dude, here's the whole thing. Look, I modeled a whole nother VAB in a weekend. Simple parts, fuel tanks, environments, because that's what they wanted. They wanted, wanted a bunch of this stuff, and then yeah, hey, whatever. Yeah, that was a long time ago, dudes. Felipe was still there at the time. Yeah, they were like, oh my gosh, we've seen what you make in KSP. We're really looking forward to your parts. And like, I guess it got lost in translation or something that because I needed to stream so much, right? I mean, at that particular time, guys, I was working and streaming at the same time. So I was working, I would go to work, and then come home and stream for like 6 hours a day, right? You guys, I mean, if you were here for that, you remember. And yeah, I told them, I'm like, I really only have time to do this on the weekends. And I showed them my demo reel and stuff, like the rocket, not the rocket engines. I showed them some other things. And I guess somebody must have seen the parts pack and said, this sucks, this guy's awful. That doesn't know who I am. Even though I like attached pictures from my original demo reel in there. Yeah, guess they were like not about that life. Here, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Here. It's not completed, Sam. Yeah, I showed them this. Pretty sure I did. I didn't get the roof right with this Camaro. The pulleys don't look right either. You should model the Supra. Is that a Supra? A modular internal combustion engine would have been epic in KSP. I still think the driveline mod idea that I had was a good one, but guess not. Here's something I did a long time ago. Have you done any animations or just modeling? I'm a hard surface modeler, Zymus, by trade, so hard surface and environment modeling. So no, I can do animation, I just don't. I know about keyframes and I know about walk cycles and all that other stuff. We learned it. I think I got it exactly right. That's where it needs to be, right there. Yeah, baby. Yeah, see, check it out. Look at the gas port. The chamfered vertex gas ports. That was hard, man. That was tough to get that right. Also, modeling the selector was a big pain in the butt for some reason. I don't know why. Nice topology? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I used subdivisions to get that right, because subdivisions make it way easier. I could most definitely remove some edges out of this. That's way too dense of a mesh. But it is missing some parts because I didn't know too much about guns at the time. Missing some rivets. There should be 2 rivets right there. Does it ugga dugga? There you go. Is that good? Maybe you should make your own parts pack then. Tessa, I would really want to decide like what I was trying to do here, you know? Like I would like to make a parts pack like, okay, let me put it to you like this. A parts pack that makes like a shuttle launch pad, you know what I mean? That'd be sick. That's their loss, not yours. People will be dumb to ignore you and all your creations. Hey, I didn't take it personally, homies. It's just, that's the way it be sometimes. I started this project a long time ago. Never finished it. Does modular launch pads not do that? I don't know. That's not really what I'm looking for. I know Alpha Mense too. He watches the stream. He's a good dude. That's actually super cool. Think of it this way, they couldn't afford you. Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't take it personally, but Rakieta nositel. Kosmini Skoy. Yeah, carrier rocket. You can make your own 5-meter cargo bay. Start of a for ESPN or something. Ah! You can still do it, PY. I'm just very bad at it. Auto truck. Model the pins for your 5-meter bay. Would you drive the truck through? Satovie Soroginie. Launch pads start. No, the truck doesn't drive straight through. They use a train. They don't use a truck. That's why this blueprint is strange. They don't use the COMAS like what's in this picture. There's a locomotive and 2 flat cars here, and they push it back. The Soyuz pad has a huge hydraulic ram right here. And then when it gets to this point, the hydraulic ram tilts down and it picks up on that ledge right there. And then from there, they bolt the Soyuz train carriage, the erector. They bolt it down, and then the whole thing turns Soyuz upright. When they turn it upright, they twist. They start moving the hold down points. So not a lot of people know Soyuz's hold down points are up here. It's actually being held by its second stage. People don't know that. Down here, there's nothing. The reason why there's nothing down there is because the starter for Soyuz is not on the motor. It's a ground side starter, which is not too far out of the norm, guys. The shuttle engines needed GSE to start. Shuttle engines can't air start. Because why? Why would you be air starting them? Right? The funny thing is that the shuttle engine starts from a pneumatic. It's a pneumatic actuated system to spool the turbo pumps, right? Soyuz, they stuck a match up the end. Yeah, that's what they do. They stick a match up the end of it. So they just stick the igniter up the nozzle, and then it turns on, and when the engine ignites, the match falls away. Yep. It's a big freaking match. It's pretty cool. Very simple. Doesn't have to be complicated, man. Yeah, but modular launchpads kind of is what I'm looking for, but I would need more specialized parts, dudes. You've been chosen to be match holder. Great success. Alpha did a good job with these pads, though. They look really nice. Someone's under there with a lighter? No, it's on a lever arm, dude. That Titan launchpad looks great. I don't want to do it. Ugh. Anyway, we're getting up towards 5 o'clock. I'll be right back, guys. Let me think about this. I hit a huge builder's wall that I didn't know was there. We were building Dart, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to do this. And then I'm like, nah. Imagine if we got a winch with breaking ground. Yeah, there's a reason why they didn't do that. Maximals told me why they didn't do that, but I forget why. Yeah, hired. I would really like to see Dart through. Yeah, just for now. Like, I like that arrow shell thing, but it's not striking joy in my heart. You know what I mean? I kind of want to just do the double fairing, that double fairing thing that we kind of figured out with just the way Dart was, right? Just build it out and then test that to see if it works. But yeah, modeling launchpad parts would be sick. That would be really fun. I would really enjoy that. I'm just not sure it would be the best content. I'm pretty sure people wouldn't care. People want to we want to launch stuff. And I understand that. And with that being said, what might not be the worst idea is to just continue MM3 for now. Yeah, continue mission mode 3 for now. Hold that thought, J-Speed. That's all I'm saying. I'll think about it, dudes. I'll think about what we want to do. In the meantime, I'm just going to bring up the title card. I'm going to take 5 here real quick. And we'll start Space News. Yeah, sorry about the lack of progress today. But you got a nice Space News coming, and then I wanted to work on the car today because it's cool in the garage. It's actually not... The remnants of the hurricane and rain, a lot of rain is coming through, so it's actually cooler in here today. But it's also going to be cooler for pretty much the rest of the week. The thing is that I don't have all the parts that I need. I'm stuck on some little bits that we need. So I think we'll do a wrenching stream maybe like for after hours tomorrow or something. So we'll do some space news here. It's space and rocket review. Yeah, but yeah, maybe just going back to MM3 rules is the right move for now, just so we can kind of go and get our feet wet again. That's the one with the shuttle that built Space Station Freedom, and then we could build out this lunar architecture with the shuttle if we really wanted to. We already, in that save, remember, that's the one where we recovered the Centaur and brought the Centaur using the robotic arm back, or no, the Puma. We brought the Puma upper stage. We brought it back into the Puma Integrated Support Structure, or PIS for short. And yeah, we brought